Look, we gon' make it. Push through, too cool, they can't take us. Break rules, you know we don't want they afraid of.
Thought you were supposed to be my executioner.
Ain't no stopping us, we do the impossible.
Perfectly played, boys. Well done.
Eternal on ultimate low ground. It's going to be New Esports in a good spot. They push wide right. They're getting so many great shots, and it's just like that.
Victory is assured.
Yeah, been a struggle, but we overcome. And at the jungle, now we at the mud.
Armor stop if you have to. Armor stop. Another team on the right.
Been a struggle, but we ain't done.
103 and 36. The PK just doing serious damage right there.
Keep it moving, man, we on the run. Been a struggle, but we ain't done. Keep on swinging.
Absolutely Jurassic plays. Kungarna as well falling down the missile swarm.
Kungarna shooting down on them. No zone for them. They could drop into the other one though. JMW has no shields. He's got to do it all alone now.
GMT, no, they dive in on Noel. Oh, he was the victim, the first victim. Make it 2 Shane.
Been a struggle, but we overcome.
Navi couldn't clutch it, but 69 IQ definitely can't.
No,
bro. Let's go, man. We on the run. Been a struggle, but we ain't done. Yeah, been a struggle, but we overcome.
From Seiko Bordaya, he goes down. Oh my God.
We on the run.
The shotgun is ready, and they may get a lot of nice KP from this. Style points as well.
That's what I'm born to do. Don't have to pitch that, I'm Clemens.
Just play me in the bubble. 22. Nice.
Boys.
Nuclear, baby. Nuclear, baby. You see that?
Go.
Stick him.
Oh my God. Kick.
Oh my God, this is absolutely crazy. Point blank range, Muterium are able to hold.
Underrated takes the win in game 6. They do it in EMEA. They show up.
Keep it moving, man, we on the run. Been a struggle, but we ain't done.
EMEA Apex Legends, stand up and get ready for what is going to be one hell of a day. This is the day where we will most likely have teams clinch and earn their spot in the coveted Sweden Season 2 or Split 2 playoffs. I'm John Fallout, Kef Lucas, joined alongside Glitter Explosion and T Squared. It's clinching day, baby. How are we feeling, Tom?
Honestly, I'm a little clenched up with clinching day. It's a little intense around here. I love the fact that we've had these players gaming nonstop, John. Like, it's been back-to-back days. You have to respect the grind.
I mean, the players have been playing nonstop, but I mean, Tom, you've been crushing it nonstop on the casting as well. I'm excited for all of us to get in on the day today. John and I are back, and I'm excited. I've got extra energy because we had a little bit extra time, John.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's going to be a hell of a day. It's going to be so much fun to watch. Before we jump into the EMEA action, though, we did mention clinching. Well, other regions have begun or have completed their clinching for who will earn a spot in Sweden. Let's go ahead and take a look at our 4 regions and where things currently stand. First things first, APAC North complete. Fiend and AD Raccoon win it over Crazy Raccoon in second place. Game with right behind them FA Kids, Reject Fennel, FDR7, Team Unite, V3 Vega, and FC Destroy will be the last team to round out the top 10 qualifiers from the APAC North region. Then, of course, we have APAC South. It was the Reignite show, but not necessarily as easily as it has been had in the past. Zero, Templex, and Jen Burton, the Legends, take first place. They'll be taking the first seed overall, but Sutaraiku securing second right behind them. My man Bullet, the Greek sensation, doing it alongside Fuzzy and Co. Meanwhile, Team Burger in third, Free Agents and Method to Madness also earned their spots. And this is super important because that first seed will be in a first seed or top seed for the playoffs, which means you get to avoid the other top seeds in other regions. This is massive. Team Singularity, the Brazilian God Squad, the only team to have locked 2 more Brazilian teams right behind them that are close, but have not necessarily earned it just yet. That's Arten, Besk, and Elysium. And of course, in North America, it's been the NRG and G2 show, notably missing Cloud9, TSM not able to lock their spots up yesterday, but G2 and NRG earned their spots. That's 2 of 10 teams from North America that will be qualifying. I want to also remind everybody it's 1 of 5 teams in South America. So it's 5 from APAC South, 5 from South America, 3 from the rest of the global major regions in APAC North, EMEA, and North America. I could take a break. I don't know how I just work through all of that, but I'll take a breath and pause for a moment as we start to talk about our EMEA regular season standings. Tom, talk me through it.
Yeah, what I was thinking about while you're going through all that Fallout really quick is, for the teams that qualified, what if you qualify and then you really don't like someone and you just want to grief them? So maybe you just land and start 50-50 in the heck out of them. Let's see how competitive these players really are. I'm just kidding. We'll see. That
Tom was a savage in his pro player days. That's what I just
straight
learned.
savages out here.
It was straight ripping against the rest.
But you can see GMT's popping off. Kick had a wonderful day yesterday. They were tied in 10th place yesterday, and then they won, and they bumped their stock all the way up to 2nd. That's how much points you can accumulate. It's 25 points for a win here. So anybody could really bump their status up if they have a good day.
That's right. GMT on top by a margin. I mean, Glitter, it's crazy to look at these standings and how close the EMEA region is, from 1st at 67 all the way down to 10th at 56. It's only an 11-point difference.
Yeah, and we were talking about this before everything kind of kicked off. This is crazy how many ties there even are just in the top 10. And that means that all these teams that we're seeing here on the right side in the yellow, and even some of the squads that are going to be on the second page, those are the ones right now that we're going to be keeping our eyes on, battling it out to try to make their way into that top 10 so that they can make their way to playoffs. And with the point margin, like you're saying, John, as close, as small as it is, it's still anybody's game.
That's right. And then, of course, our second page, the biggest surprise here, well, it's been Alliance with a underwhelming performance for their standards, at least. Yuki, Hockeys, and Vifes, the squad that showed a lot of great things in the Split 1 playoffs, haven't necessarily been firing on all cylinders yet, at least. There's obviously a lot of Apex to still be played. And, of course, that leads us to today's competition. Let's take a look at Group C versus Group D. We got some heavy hitters here, Tom.
Definitely do. And you got to respect the way that players came out to play when they first started. They won their first 2 out of their 3 games, and they've slowed down a little bit. Empire, they've been popping off too. They popped off yesterday. They continue to just dominate. Kick, we talked about their great performance yesterday. I loved the interview with IARCA, IG. There's so many talented squads, but also some of the squads that were underperforming, right? 7, 8, 9, I think it was really surprising to see them sitting in that relegation. I want to see them trying to fight their way out of there.
That's right. And then, of course, we do have our secondary stream. There's 2 different streams, 2 different groups of action being played today. It's Group A versus Group B in our secondary stream. So if you want to check out these teams, see how Alliance is faring, you can, because guess what? We're streaming it. Twitch.tv/versus_gaming_GG. That's versus spelled out VERSUS gaming_GG if you want to catch Group A versus Group B. Kind of a must-perform day for Alliance and Rebel, who are currently far, far down in the overall standings. But today, it's all about our Group B versus D. C versus D. I'm excited to start to talk about that action. Of course, as mentioned, watch that side stream below. But there's quite a few stacked teams in this lobby. That's why we chose to kind of stream this one, at least on the main stream here. But Tom and Glitter had a chance to put together 3 particular teams to watch. Let's take a look. All right, Tom, kick us off, brother. Who you got?
Always the hardest part of the show is this in the predictions for me, but we're going to go with players to start because, again, we talked about it just now, how 2 out of the 3 games when we started this split for EMEA, they took those games, and when they look like they're playing at their best, they seem to be the best team in the region, maybe one of the best teams in the world. But when they're playing average, they're sitting in the middle of the pack. We've seen them even be on the second page in terms of standings sometimes, and it's really surprising because you just see a tale of 2 teams. You see a team that looks like at certain points they'll never lose, and then at some points they seem human.
Yeah, and then the next team we want to keep our eyes on here today is going to be Invictus Gaming. Obviously, one of those teams that's technically in the top 3 for our overall, but that's because they're in a 3-way tie with how close this region is. Now, Invictus Gaming also in the very first game play day out of the gate, right? They're able to take home that first place finish, and then for the subsequent days, they haven't done poorly. They've been in top 6, I think, with the exception of just the last time they played, but they fell off. So I want to see if they can bounce back, Tom.
And then rounding it out, we go with 69 IQ here because of the fact that they're sitting in 9th, right? They're tied right now with 56 points. There's so many teams behind them that are trying to make their way in. You have Congarner right there. You have Ascend. You have Solo Q Goats. Totem, all of these squads trying to take down 69 IQ.
Yep, I think those are 3 great teams to keep an eye out for. Obviously, there's quite a few dark horse teams and additional squads we'll want to watch as well. But this has been your teams to watch. And on that note, obviously, we highlighted 3 in particular. There's so many more other squads playing in this lobby, and our predictions got a little bit interesting this time around. Let's go ahead and jump right into our talent predictions, who we think are going to win. It doesn't happen often, but all 5 of us choosing different teams. That just speaks to the state of EMEA. So many teams that can pop off and perform at any moment. But Glitter, talk to me why you picked Kick.
I mean, Kick just looked so solid yesterday. Incredible performance, a decent margin, too, with their first place win over everybody else. So we got to hear that interview with you, Tom. They were sounding and looking incredibly confident, so I feel as confident as they did in my pick.
I think it's a good pick. I'm looking at also the outside-the-box thinking from our boy Rain Day on the side. 54 points overall for Totem. I like that because, again, he's going with a team that's trying to fight their way in. So you feel like they just have a little bit more to play for. But all of these teams, basically, that we've picked, besides maybe Totem, have won a round. So it's going to be crazy, like you said, John. We really don't know what's going to happen in EMEA.
Yeah, and we were talking to Rain Day, and he said he was having a beautiful mind moment trying to get in the heads of the players of who needs to perform today. And Totem's one of those teams that must perform. They're outside the fringe. They're outside of the top 10, which is qualification. And at this point, if you don't perform these last couple days of Pro League, you're not going to make it into Sweden. And again, there's teams like Alliance, Rebel. I know Totem's kind of on the fringe, and quite a few others that are competing. For me, though, it was Invictus Gaming. And Invictus Gaming made arguably the most controversial roster change and decision to drop Blasts and replace him from this roster with a completely unknown talent in their new third, which has been so interesting to see. They pick up Urban, a up-and-coming rising star British player who really rise through the ranks of Ranked and was a god online, played with them for Twitch Rivals, kind of subbed in, and they realized the potential that they had. I had a chance to talk to Alistair, aka the EMEF, before the broadcast, and he said, look, we needed to change our playstyle with the replacement of Crypto, of Caustic, obviously both getting nerfed. They actually switched to a very aggressive edge fighting team instead of early rotate, and they thought Urban could bring the playstyle that they needed. So very, very risky decision after they played really, really well in Split 1 playoffs, but we'll see if it pays off for them, and this is a big day for them today to make a statement. Glitter, any other kind of final words or thoughts here?
Oh, honestly, I'm mostly just very excited to see how the closeness of this region plays out, because I think it's the closest one that we've seen across the board now. So today is going to mean a lot for so many teams that every single game and every single point, it matters.
That's right. It's a big day. That is for sure. I'm excited to jump right into the action. Enough of our talking the heads. I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to y'all to kick off game number 1. Glitter Explosion T-Squared. Take it away.
All right. Thank you so much, John. Excited to get into our first game of the day, Tom. And of course, if you guys have somehow missed the past couple days, the map schedule is flipped now. So we're going to be starting everything on World's Edge. And talk to me a little bit about that, Tom. Do you feel like that has affected what we've seen now so far in Split 2 as far as playstyle goes?
It seems to be, right? Because you feel like everyone's feeling at home going on to World's Edge. There's a little bit of uncertainty when you start off on Storm Point. You maybe get some butterflies in your stomach. But when you play World's Edge, they've played in past tournaments before. They've scrimmed this before. They've played a ton of ranked on this map. So they just get a little bit more comfortable. But I just also want to reiterate that these two groups have obviously went against each other.
Yes.
And that's why we started with Storm Point and now we're switching on over to World's Edge. And just going through like the scores and et cetera of what happened previously, there was a two-way tie for first, right? Scars ended up taking that tiebreaker. 69 IQ was right behind him. Totem was there. Kick finished in top 5. IG was right there with 46 points. This was a very close lobby. Not one team just really ran away with it.
Which I also think that's why I love Rain's pick so much, because this was a group matchup where Totem actually did do very well for themselves. And like we've been saying now, they're one of those teams outside of that top 10 bubble that are going to be grinding to make their way in. And they're part of another one of those ties that I was talking about in the overall standings. So if they have one solid play day, because there's so many ties, it can actually shoot them up the leaderboard.
It may even just take one game, and they won the first game of this group. They had a 14 kill performance in game number 1 the last time these two groups went head-to-head. But we'll find out what's happening with Team Empire. I believe this was Baroff's pick. They are playing extremely consistent. You got to watch out for Empire. They're landing over here with Mad Maggie. That's interesting.
I did not even notice that until you just pointed that out. That I am very excited to see how that ends up working with this map, with all of the comps that we've now seen, all the changes that we've seen. That could be a little bit spicy, and I love that they're willing to change things up. That's awesome.
I just don't see the value. I really don't. I'm sorry. I don't see the value. I just don't see the value because you're not getting a crypto with the caustic. It seems like it would really be strong to have a harvester landing, get the crypto to go fly by, get the beacon. Caustic really, really excels on this map too, so you'd seem to want to get zone knowledge. And speaking of zone knowledge, it's going to go down over towards that tree side, maybe thermal station, a handful of different endings. But you would think maybe that tree building right where it says the tree, in the T right there, that's always a really great spot. And then the beacon buildings over towards the southwest side where you have the respawn, that's another really priority position. So we'll find out which teams decide that they want to do the early rotation strat, and it looks like it's already happening.
So, no, I agree. I agree with you. I'm trying to get in their minds and figure out what they think the utility is, and I'm wondering if they're hoping that it is somehow the magical chink in the armor, maybe, for the end game Gibby bubble situation. Like, maybe that's what they're hoping to use her ult for and see if that can actually chip away at some of that. So we'll have to see how they do end up using Maggie, because maybe they know something we don't. But I do agree with your initial assessment here, Tom. I'm not 100% sold on the utility.
I'm loving what we're seeing already, right? We're seeing a handful of different compositions. This time we have basically a non-rotate composition. This is just a setup. Let's get in there early and make things happen for a game of drones, because you can see Rondon, he's going to be rocking the crypto. You have Loba, and then you have Gibby. So you have a lot of utility, but where does the rotation come from? You're not having an Ashe, you don't have a Valkyrie, you don't have a Wraith. Basically, you don't even have an entry fragger. So that's going to have to be the Loba on the entry frag as they make their way through the Harvester area towards the southern side of the map. We do have the multi-view. It's live. So if you're watching on Twitch, check out the command center below next to the follow button. You can watch up to 4 different points of views and get the team comms, which I think is the coolest part of it.
Yeah, and maybe you guys can, through those team comms, you can find out what's going on inside the minds of some of these teams, players, and the comp choices that we're currently seeing. But that's one of those things that I do always love about EMEA, Tom, is they are the region to look towards when we're talking about some innovation in those comps. They're always willing to kind of go for those more obscure legend choices, as we see players here potentially in a little bit of a skirmish doing some poke damage here, but nothing too crazy as we're still nice and early and squads are still setting up for where they want to hold.
And you can see how players is thinking. There's a couple of different options where we talked about setting up inside of buildings. They're going to take the top of tree, the rotation over towards the choke to thermal station. That is a very popular spot. It's highly contested consistently, but it's going to be a lot of fighting and opportunities for kill points when people start to rotate in. So players is playing aggressive, and that's what their style is going to be, similar to what NRG does in the NA scene. But we have our potential first team fight taking place as you see Huskies Esports trying to make their way over towards this Harvester side, and Attack Esports is there as well.
I think the real question is, are they going to be willing to take these engagements right now, or is it going to be more about dealing that poke damage, kind of leveling up those Evo shields for now, and at least holding some safe real estate with now the additional knowledge about which teams are kind of in their general vicinity? Because you know that with how close all these standings are, no one wants to be the first team to go out here. There's just too much on the line.
Oh, no doubt about it. And you don't want to sit there for another 15 minutes watching the rest of the players play the game from the death screen. But when we were talking about the multi-view and hopping into the comms, I'm wondering with the bad Maggie pick, he's like, crap, I forgot to change legends, and he just got out of a pub. It's like, that'd be the worst.
Imagine? Oh, now we're going to have to, at some point, see if we can maybe listen in with them if they've got some crazy fights going on, because I, too, am very curious as to what motivated the legend selection there. It's spicy, to say the least, as we check in with Scars. Getting some heals off right now. Still a little bit low on the shields. But they've got themselves in a decent spot here. This is a pretty classic space to hold for now, but they do have to worry about all of the teams that are over at Harvester.
Definitely a spot where Caustic would shine, but Scars, they're not rocking Caustic, obviously. As you take a look at the top 20 players from Split 2 and their kill totals, Scars also, last time these two groups met, yes, they took first overall, but they also won 2 out of the 6 games. So that's definitely something to keep in mind as we watch this team and how they're deciding that they want to play. But we've seen, again, when the groups face off, it's not guaranteed. It's not because they did so well in the previous time that they're going to do that same thing here. There's also been a lot of adjustments, improvements, minor changes as we've gone through the meta.
There most certainly have been as we check out Vex Gaming now holding down Thermal. Below them, though, and around them are going to be so many other teams hoping to get themselves here and hoping that at least the zone plays out in their favor, as all of these teams are playing very, very passively right now. I kind of anticipate that this is how the majority of the day is going to go. Like I was saying earlier, nobody wants to make an early game mistake and potentially put themselves on the back foot for the rest of the day. But as I say that, we might have a squad getting caught out on a rotation now. T-Rex dealing some nice damage with the Rampage, forcing the Gibby bubble out.
Yeah, the Gibby bubble is going to go down. Also, nice little maneuvers by the Gibby. You can see instead of running into the straight line, he was running like a zigzag, like he was running from a crocodile or alligator. I'm not quite sure which one you want to run the zigzags from. If I see one, I'm not going to be able to determine which it is. I'm just going to start running in zigzags.
I think it's safe to say that it's probably the right solution for both due to the similarities, Tom. I think you're safe in both scenarios.
Speaking of prehistoric animals, T-Rex out here locking things down. Blast, he's got the gold helmet, so that's got to be a feel-good moment right there. 2x on the car, PK. Love the versatility of the car. I think that's one of the coolest little ideas, to create a weapon that can have both ammos, both clips coming through, and it's a nice little boost if you don't have an R9 or an R301. But now we'll see where the rest of the players are going to go as they get a scan onto zone number 3 too. I love the position from players. I really feel like players hit the nail on the head in terms of how they're going to set up. I want to see what they're going to be able to do in terms of trying to get kill points. But another team that has a pretty tough rotation, that's going to be Kick. Let's hop into a quick listen with Team Kick.
Balkan is getting the high.
We don't know about
Balkan.
Yorlan.
Is she on the high? Yeah.
I'm
milling.
I'm moving back. Saku, move back please.
Saku, move back.
Right.
They don't know about
He's
me.
getting angles here.
Yes, they don't know about me.
I'm milling again. I'm
100 on Val,
no need.
on Wraith. I cure. I hit 100 on Val, on Wraith, sorry.
We should leave.
We should leave this shit.
Do you have a Phoenix kit, guys?
They are getting gold. Yeah, I do. No, I don't.
Can I get one? Thank you.
They got to give ulted, yeah. They got to keep ulted or they ulted them?
Yeah, I don't know. But it's weird.
I don't know. Let's go it was on them. No? Yeah, let's go. But let's go from frag. From this side.
Yeah, we go Harvester and we get the beacon in Harvester and we play from Thermal.
They're all floating low.
And we play from Thermal.
I don't know, bro. It's fine,
Fine,
whatever.
it's fine.
If you see better scope than 2x, I would like to take it.
Okay.
Be careful, right, left.
I'm
I'm watching right. No one.
Go.
Sliding down.
Fine, but
I don't see anyone crafting on frag west neither.
We can scan here, if you want.
We don't need to. We
Okay.
just need to get in sun. I will go. I mean, this side is gonna be taken, bro. But we can play this tracks, you know? It's
Yeah.
pretty nice. Then we can valk ult if we need to. And we have a lot. Do we have cover there? That's my question. I don't know if the wall is in.
Should be a bit.
I think so, yeah. I have 9 cells.
I have one bot, it sells. People in Harvester watching the
Someone
tower.
else.
Yeah. They're here. Like on the in sun, they're on the side of the sun. You see him.
You wanna go back to Siphon now, or no?
Siphon side gonna be stacked. No?
Maybe. I was just saying because it's high.
I mean, it's not a bad idea actually. Because we don't know if there is cover.
I don't have heals.
There is
I
a
don't
bit
have-
of cover. It's a bit only.
I have only 4 syringes, so I cannot.
Yeah, I don't have heals as well.
Yeah, let's go for this. Go for this. It's fine. It's fine.
Okay, go.
I'm
Now
taking
when
time.
the wall is in, we can go.
People wall culting on the other side of the wall, they're like here.
Yeah, I saw it.
Forget that.
But we can take this high. It should be free. I don't see people there.
Yeah, it should be free, and they're gonna fight because the team Valkulta there, and there is should be a team already.
Yeah.
Go for that. Yeah, one knock. I think it's above.
No clue. I'm moving insta to choke,
Another
right?
team Valkult into thermal from the right side.
It's fine. Then they will land on the other team. Yeah,
Yeah,
you see,
sure.
they are shooting each other.
See, even though they're not really taking any fights, you can see they communicated the entire time on what they wanted to do. So many different rotations just goes to show you, Glitter, how tough these rotations really are. Now Reply Totem, speaking of fighting, they're going to have to get Sharp back in this game.
Oh, this is unfortunate for Reply Totem. It looks like they were in a bit of a skirmish there with Outplayed, if I'm not mistaken, as we get a little bit of a replay here so we can see exactly how this went down. The Mozam putting in some work. Totem, though, I think that was probably a little bit unexpected for them. They are able to fully recover, and they will reset all of their health, so at least keeping themselves in the running for now.
That was close. You saw how much was going on in terms of defensive bombardments, so many different spots where they could have died, and maybe just getting away with about 40 or 50 HP. But the Wingman Mozam, that is interesting combo, to say the least. The bubble's going to go down on the loot. If I'm not mistaken, they are not going to be in the next zone here, and it's going to continue to pull over towards that horseshoe building, over towards the tree side. A very, very popular ending, which is going to cause a lot of commotion for the later rounds.
Yeah, and you can see those pings that are already down towards that area. Anyways, they are aware of where they potentially are going to have to be going after they get this loot. And they also are going to know that because that area, that building, is such a strong position that making a rotation through that choke is going to be scary.
This is the building. This is the main building where the zone most likely is going to end, and they're already fighting for it. This is wild. Usually you don't see a team send it on this. This is a desperation play, and the rest of the teams are now going to start third-partying all over the place. ATK Esports, they are out. Phoenix Legacy's on the outside looking in. Whoa, R301 shots from Sabs are looking crispy.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out how many people we have over here in this building, because I also saw some of 69 IQ's players popping up there in the kill feed. Looks like we have 789 holding the middle portion. We've got, I can't even see these names, but at least 4 teams now are in this area, and they're going to be fighting for what you were talking about as the Godspot building. And the fact that already we're getting teams like ATK getting knocked out because they're fighting for that real estate means that this is about to get even crazier as the teams back off for a couple seconds, give themselves a little bit of a reset. But like you were saying, Phoenix Legacy was doing a good job dealing out some damage.
You can see in the kill feed, Vex Gaming gets eliminated. They go out in 18th place. Now, you saw also on the bottom left the ultimate accelerant being popped just in case they want to go in third party over towards the side, as we see the zone continuing to pull over towards the horseshoe building, over towards that south side of tree, southwest side of tree. Now, going over towards that Godspot building, we'll just keep calling it the horseshoe building. That specific spot, you could have 2 teams coexist like they are now. More than likely, they're going to fight eventually, but they're worried about getting third-partied again. There's going to be multiple teams that even can coexist on the outside of the building. So one of the best spots eventually would be a late Valkyrie ult over towards the very back of the building to try to survive.
Oh, and here is yet another fight for Totem. Just not able to catch a break right now. And it looks like they're trying to potentially, was that 69 IQ? I think that they're trying to fight off there below them. So this is just a rough time for Totem right now, but they have been doing such a good job of keeping themselves alive, making the smart calls, making sure that they're not pushing in too aggressively, and now they're going to have to see what they want to do when it comes to the next rotation after they finish this engagement.
And it seems as if 69 IQ was eliminated too, so now we see what Phoenix Legacy is up to. Again, over at the tree side with that charge rifle, the rotation's eventually going to have to come in, which is unfortunate because look how close they are to the building where it's going to end. It seems like they're right there, right? But look at the mini-map. It's as far as you possibly can get in terms of where you got to go, and Portents just laying down the damage right there. Nice shots with the 2-4. Impressive stuff. Now, everybody's holding the roof, and this is a very risky play because you can end up getting charge rifled right back or sniped or kind of poked off the building. Only experienced players like our pro players are going to be able to put themselves in these positions because they have the awareness and also the reflexes to get out once they start getting shot, and the communications to throw down the bubbles. As you can see, the bubble happening right in the middle of the tree area, which there's still a couple different potential endings here. It may not 100% go over towards the horseshoe building.
That's true. So it's still anybody's game right now. Scar is finding themselves in a fight inside this trailer, and I believe we saw Huskies Esports there in the middle of tree trying to hold down that area for now, as Scars does come out on top, able to get a nice amount of loot here for themselves and be able to continue holding this trailer, which will actually be a decent spot for now, as the rest of the squads seem to be fighting more on the outskirts and towards the center of tree. They could make the push into it. It looks like they did ping it and are potentially looking that way.
Kick is down but not out. You can see Iarka trying to make some plays with this turbocharged up Havoc, but it's going to be tough because you're losing one player. You have an entire team just ratting down below in the lava, and they're going to just yeet their way on over there for the bubble redeploy. The skyward dive is going to come through, and see you later. They are out of there. Alligator. Now, Scars, they're, like you said, still on over towards this trailer area. Eventually, they're going to have to move, so they're just checking out over towards the side. And I believe we have a quick listen-in with Scars as they make this rotation.
We just slow walk in. Like, we're going to climb. There's going to be a team in front of the tunnel. In the bottom of the tunnel.
They're getting landed on top.
Okay, but maybe we go. Wait, come up with me. Come up with me. I can't. I got a bat. I'm dead, man. Bubble res. Just watch above.
I'm stuck. I can't move.
There. Good. I got a bat. There's a team in front of us, man. We gotta kill them. I'm dead to zone, dude.
Oh my god.
All you guys.
Why didn't you say anything about that fucking arc star? No, I didn't see the arc. I know it.
Wow. The arc star, the zone. No really panic coming in from them. You can see they were calm, cool, and collected, but that is a tough situation. Everything seemed to be looking pretty solid, and then all of a sudden, the phase breach doesn't connect, and the unfortunate zone damage is just too great here in zone number 4. Now the kill feed really starting to light up as the teams have to make the rotation, and it does pull away from the horseshoe building, so those teams are going to have to get out of there soon.
And it just is going to be throwing everybody right out into the open and telling them to fend for themselves at this point. I mean, there were so many teams in the area that were just kind of biding their time, waiting for the one squad that had to push out. It ended up being Scars that kind of kicked all of this action off. Now players finding themselves in a back and forth here, all the way down to Hardeki. Can he survive? The massive shots are connecting beautifully.
No armor swap, though. Can he get the thirst onto the ground so close? That knockdown shield, it's, oh no, not enough time. And Dazo from Underrated comes around with the last massive shot to take down players and takes the kill lead to boot. That could have been a huge turn of events right there for players. Instead, they are going to be going out in 9th place, as you see Underrated right now currently with the most kills in the lobby. We'll see if they can continue to add to that total here very shortly, as round 5 is going to close. And Glitter, you brought this up. It's in the open. If you don't have a Gibby here, you are donezo.
Yeah, it should be a little bit interesting here. Huskies Esport, though, we've been watching them in the middle of tree, and they've just kind of been slowly pushing out towards the edge as they've had to. They decide to finally go and really push hard to that center zone, straight into the potential hands of Totem, who was kind of waiting on the outskirts for people to do that. You can see 789 on high up there, but going to get some serious vision as they are able to look down on all of the action in front of them. Huskies Esport looked like they found the first squad they're able to at least deal some damage onto and try to get some points, but unfortunately they do lose a player, and now they find themselves getting taken out by Morning Stars, unable to hold that one rock.
You just had a feeling as soon as Huskies tosses out their bubble a little bit early, they use that to phase breach. They're not going to have that a little bit later on, and that seemed to bite them right in the butt right there, as now IG is going to be getting eliminated. A lot of squads, you can see the kill feed really starting to light up. Team Empire looking pretty solid over towards this high ground too, and all of a sudden, Mad Maggie is going to be in the meta after this game.
I told you we had to keep our eyes on what they were going to do with Maggie, and you know Bardov is excited right now. The Empire is doing so well for themselves. Underrated in a bit of a pickle, and they do go down. Top 2 squads are left. It's Empire with the Maggie. Tom, what do you have to say about the Maggie now?
All right, listen, I thought he just got locked in because he was playing pubs. It was a strategic pick, okay? You can see that Cleve is not messing around. Empire now looking to end this one. It's going to be a straight up 3-on-3 around the corner. This is big. Will the value of Maggie come in clutch here, or is it going to be Maliwan and Ranches to go and clutch this one up for the Empire squad? It looks like they have them all trapped into the corner. No battery being popped. That's an interesting strat for Maliwan. I thought for sure he was going to go for it, but they have the damage, they have the advantage, and now it's a 3-on-1 Glitter.
Oh, Empire looking like they're actually just being so methodical here, closing out the game. The final kill was so easy. Empire looked so good in this first match time. I mean, I didn't 100% see how much damage we were getting out of the Maggie utility, but right now they're looking very solid with her.
And somewhere, someplace, at some timeline, Nasky is just shaking his fist at the clouds like an old man, because he is not thinking that Maggie's going to be in the meta. Bangalore could be a little weak too, according to him in his interview, but I think we just got proven otherwise. Game number 1 going on over to Empire in a very, very hectic tree zone with a lot of different layers of strategy that came down to it. Like, we really had our money on it going over towards that backside where 789 was in that building. We called that out numerous times. Instead, it pulls out into the open, and Empire is going to take full advantage of that. But big game overall for our top 4 teams. You can see them picking up a decent amount of points.
Yeah, and 789 being one of those teams that we kind of said needed to have some decent performances here today. So at least starting off the day pretty strong for themselves, but 8 kills onto Morningstar, 7 onto Underrated, even all the way down the second page in 9th place, 5 kills onto Players. So we saw a lot of aggression. I think the teams held off for as long as they possibly could, as we see where the rest of the squads kind of shook out here in that first match. But once everything kicked off, there was really no stopping it. It was just kind of pure insanity from there on out.
And when you have these end zones that are basically on the edge of the map, just think about how difficult the rotations are, because half of your routes are being taken out because you're not allowed to come from a certain side, right? So if you're not able to rotate from the southern side because the map doesn't even allow you to do so, what is the strategy going to be there? And we saw the different layers of communication in all of our listen-ins to get to that point, and you see the damage coming through and the kills as well. It's always nice when you are averaging almost a kill per 100 damage. And Cleve's like, who's stealing all my kills, man? What's going on here?
I saw that too. You could see the proof in the damage for how much participation occurred, but it looks like some of those kills might have gone the way of wrenches. But either way, all that matters is they got them, and they used the damage to make sure their shields were in a good spot, because in the end, they were the team that came out on top. Huge shout out to Empire for winning the first match of the day. And like I said, EMEA is never going to fail us, Tom, when it comes to innovation with team comps.
It's such a weird composition, right? You're thinking Valkyrie, Gibby, it's unorthodox. And we even called out, hey, this is going to be out in the open. If you don't have a Gibby, you're done for. They're like, you know what? We got Mad Maggie. We're going to be good. It doesn't matter if I get kills. I'm putting down the damage out here. And that last team fight was so confident. And you said it perfectly. The last kill was really easy for them, right? It's a 3-on-1. That's what you want to see in a skirmish. You want to be able to take them out methodically, one by one. Maliwan didn't go for a heal. He just stayed in there, just nose to the grindstone, and kept fighting.
Let's actually check in with the secondary stream and that leaderboard and see where those teams shook out. Guild Esports with an incredibly strong first match of the day, 28 points for themselves. Kungarna at 17, and the rest of the squads here. Anything jumping out at you here, Tom?
I guess it's the top 5 teams picking up a lot of these points, because it's like double digits all left side. That means there's not going to be any points on the right side or the second page, because they've already been consumed by these squads, right? 28 points is a lot.
Yeah, talk about a point sponge up there at the top. And one of the squads we had also talked about needing to have some strong performances to hopefully boost themselves up the leaderboard is Alliance, looking like they're still struggling a little bit here in that first match. So we'll have to see if they can continue to maybe pick it up throughout the rest of the day. But that is match number 1 now in the books for both of our groups. So we're going to send it to a quick break. And when we come back, game number 2 of the ALGS EMEA.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Well, James, am I mad or is it just Maggie? Empire with a big win in Game 1 with the newest legend, and we sat here theory crafting all day yesterday talking about will she, won't she? Well, certainly the answer has been given to us on a platter thanks to Empire's storming Game 1.
That's a fantastic way to start the proceedings. These EMEA Region games are looking more and more eclectic with the character selection that we are seeing. I think it was 11 kills we saw for the squad, putting them on 23 points in total. And it does compromise the positions you can hold. So while we didn't see all the kills on the Maggie, it can maybe force people out into the open. There are other benefits that can be had. So a fantastic start from Empire, looking towards the bottom half of the table. A false start for Kick, perhaps. We've seen plenty of them recently, but not much to shout about in this particular first game.
And that sometimes can happen, and I think what you might see over the course of the day is maybe some of the experimental teams and the experimental legends showing up when the others don't, and that might be part of the reason why it's throwing people off. It is a different thing to fight. I noticed there were 0 kills actually from Cleve, but there was 6 assists comparing to the 4 and the only 1 from his teammates, and there was most damage on Cleve as well, because I feel like Maggie is contributing in so many unseen ways, and that riot drill, let's account that a lot of it, sure, was from the shots, but definitely an impact as you look at why the team fights were won, and something that the lobby's going to have to get used to if Empire keep on this streak that they've been on heading into Game 2, already with the win under their belt, 23 points to the name, and then some, ready to add to the tally.
Game 2 is upon us, and the teams will drop in their usual positions. Now, with different mixes of lobbies, we have seen a fair amount of contesting from start to finish in some maps that we saw yesterday in North America and EMEA. We'll see if there'll be any early skirmishes here in our second game of the day, as Empire will be looting very quickly indeed. And we do ride with Cleve, who is playing that Maggie, and again, perhaps forcing their opponents into the open is the job of the Maggie. We'll see if that is going to be the case in this second game today.
You know, I just want to talk about Cleve as well and what he's doing. Looking up these guys, obviously after the win, had to do a quick YouTube search. Nothing. No VODs. Barely anything on Twitch. I think the last time he streamed was 4 days ago. So really no tape on this Maggie. And I think that's partly strategic, but I also think that the fact is with only 7,000 followers, I mean, that's a lot to many people, but when you compare to the height of this Apex scene, still a new kind of face that is growing into a star. I think if you can build off of this, playing a new legend, bringing it into the meta, being successful, which Empire have done, they've been playing better and better and better, you know, this is what I believe deserves to get recognition. That's the type of stuff that's hard to do, that takes a risk, and when it pays off, it should pay off big. So I love what Cleve is doing. I got to see more of that Maggie today, and I'm excited to see hopefully more content from him in the future alongside Empire as we get a look, James, at where these teams are going to have to rotate. Speaking of Empire, coming from Harvester and the rest of the lobby heading north.
Almost a full moon zone bang in the middle up top. We'll see if it pulls further away from Fragment later on. Towards Epicenter, maybe have to fight in the snow. That won't be comfortable for many a team. And one of the things I do love about these niche picks is that, you know, I think the average Redditor, for example, will be like, oh, what is the current meta? Okay, you should be playing this. But the meta doesn't change unless you change it.
That's true.
So you have to be brave and you have to play confident. If you think you have an edge, then play it. I think that's even more respectable to go out on your own and make your own play and have your own identity. So we'll see if they can continue that success, Empire, into these coming games, including the second one. We ride now with 789, man like Dave on the decks with his blue armor, looking to get their Bangalore up as well. And Bangalore, again, has been very common in recent days in EMEA. Still more of a stranger in North America, but I mean, again, when we look towards the finals in Sweden, we're going to see a very interesting set of characters there, and there's going to be a lot of Watsons, I'll tell you that.
It's going to be a wide variety, that is for sure. The regions all getting a few confirmations on who will be joining us in Sweden. EMEA, no one confirmed yet. And NA, we've got a couple, some notable names. I believe G2 and NRG. But we've got so much more action to take place today, and it's not just the top, it's the bottom too. A team like 789 in relegation and having to get some crucial points here to move forward. Round one about to close. Valkyrie ults could be happening unless you're in the zone of where these teams are going to be rotating, and that might be the case for ATK, who in the overall leaderboards also in the relegation fight. So 33 and 37 respectively for ATK and 789. They've got a lot to fight for in order to stay in this league.
So do Phoenix Legacy, a team who are keenly looking for a sponsor to pick them up. We've seen some nice clips from them, and perhaps we haven't seen the end of them just yet. 2 points on the board so far. We saw them at the tree earlier in Game 1, and they'll be on the bridge for now in Game 2, looking to consider their options as they need to press on a little to find themselves in a better position in the zone. Definitely a lot of talent in that game. In that team, rather. We know that they are comfortable getting in the mix of things, fighting with different teams, very calm in how they respond to things, and some opportunity to get the shields up there. Just peppering some players in the epicenter. Very busy area here, though, with 69 IQ. We can see other teams on the rotation, and this building is always a flashpoint on World's Edge. There is always big action happening as everyone tries to contest. And if you're on the outside of this, you have to feel a higher level of urgency, of course, because teams rotating into this or through this area may compromise some of the angles that you currently have. So they may feel an urgency, 69 IQ, to maybe make a dome play through the door if they can later on.
You can hold a lot of areas on this building too. Part of the reason why it gets congested, because you can hold low and you can also hold roof. As you see, Nags taking a little time up there. There is a beacon up there as well, which is part of why it becomes an important pit stop on your journey towards the next part of the circle. But a dome for K-Swinny. They're expecting a little conversation from the team above. So far, though, only stunted words and a few whispers. No one really getting too serious about it. Denze and the Loba. You know, it's weird. It's not a character you would think would like to hold up because she's got the burglar's best friend, the translocation, the teleportation, but that black market boutique really needs a spot like this. And so you tend to find these Lobas, when they do show up, loving to sit inside these buildings and just loot up as much as they can.
They're going to push 69 IQ. They have such a good combo, a Caustic and a Gibraltar.
Yeah,
they have such a good combo to push this building. Get your dome halfway in so you can make your way in, get that gas in there. You can see they're pinging the windows, so they're thinking about their options and how they push this. And if they see more teams around them coming in that direction, surely that encourages the push to come a little faster. They can choose to blow the doors off to get their grenades in a little easier, although that might bite them in the butt later on should they look to occupy this building. But surely it's a matter of time before they press on here.
I only wonder why they're not pushing, and I think you're exactly right, James. I don't think they want to blow the doors off yet because they may want those doors, especially with the Caustic being able to put the barrels behind it, easy cover, and they're trying to really preserve the house they're trying to kick the tenants out of, which is so funny, as we all know the demolition can occur. K-Swinny with a triple threat there. It's not pass, shoot, or dribble. It's a gold backpack, gold helmet, and a gold shield on a Caustic as well. That is scary. That's a lot of Caustic gas.
We saw from their pinging across the road, if you will, that they can't really push from the other side of the building now because they would get shot by the third party in that direction. So they have to focus on this side. So again, we're already seeing them losing some angles, and Scars are losing some players. Mandy has been lost, which means no dome. Of course, the Gibraltar being targeted is a very common thing, but when you're on the receiving end of that, it makes it a lot harder to stabilize. The Kick will look to do more from where they are. They've got a nice situation for themselves with 2 purples and a blue, but how do Scars get Mandy back into this game?
Well, it's tough going up against self-touted, just absolute monsters. Hierarchy talking a little bit about Usako and OJ Rain and their ability to dominate lobbies and team fights before he can even get there, waiting just to try to have a chance at it. These guys so good at cleaning up the rest of the lobby. Excited to see them continue moving forward in today's proceedings. Scars, though, definitely having trouble. A team we would look at to be having better performances across the day, but K-Swinny, you knew they wanted the building. Oh, and they've got at least a part of it now.
Creating
He's got
some
the gold
space
shield,
with
so
the
a shield
barrels.
cell will do it, but did that just bite him in the behind? It certainly did. It was Denze who pushed at the perfect time. It was almost just perfect to be able to decide exactly when they wanted to take advantage of it. And that, I believe, was 69 IQ Esports surviving what was a terrible, terrible time shield cell from Case Winnie.
See, very concerned as to a potential push. The defensive bombardment will be very defensive indeed. Just keep the players busy up top, because you heard the crypto drone there. They only had one player up, got the Jibby up immediately, and maybe, just maybe, they've got a chance to stabilize. Case Winnie's got to get some barrels down around those doors there. And again, we spoke about the lack of doors. They will be a concern. And now Huskies will take their place. They don't have a caustic though, so it will be a more difficult push for them, as they would have to deal with the barrels on any push. No crypto to crack those. So they may be occupying the outside here for a while. We already saw half these angles compromise that 69 IQ previously had with the team across the road, but indeed it was a countdown to this push coming. A caustic and a Gibraltar. And hey, it did come down to the wire. Even putting barrels up within their dome for reaggressions, they still almost lost that one, but again, it's just too juicy an apple to not take a bite.
Yeah, and James, part of it is that there's just so much nutrients behind each bite too. This is where most likely the circle is going to end, or at least be one of the best places to play from as the circle closes. So that's absolutely necessary real estate to try to occupy, and it's worth the risk. They do take it. It does go to show exactly how sometimes you can feel like you're safe and you're not. It was a great attempt at pushing back with a counter, but 69 IQ Esports clean it up there. Empire on the leaderboard, still alive. You could see there 23 points, and some of the other teams in the mix. We've still got 18 squads left, so only one down as we head into the end of round 2. That'll start to close. Meanwhile, on the edge, it's Urban and Noises from IG making a rotation. A team in the relegation conversation is 789. They're fighting as well. Sanya, Estesu, and Dave decide not to take the phase breach and following the team. Don't know what's waiting on the other side, but certainly willing to scoot to the left a little bit and fire a couple of bullets from the R3. Ksanya, though, feeling like he might be stretched too thin, heads back to the base with his team.
Not unusual to see a Wraith out there, but there was no support coming anytime soon from the teammates.
I'm not sure this is
worth.
Rain.
I know, it's not about the one shot, it's about the two. Some nice damage, but this is the thing, for those of you at home who are trigger happy with the Kraber, if you're not going to get a kill from it, do you want to take the shot?
Right.
That is something to be considered. He needs down there with the right angle where he can get a follow-up shot and get that KP afterwards. Otherwise, it is just, it's superficial damage. You know, and you have very few bullets in that Kraber, and they can be so powerful if you can take the right shots and land the right shots as well.
It's so hard, too, especially knowing that, okay, do I stay with this all game? Do I poke? Do I try to get up to purple? Do I try to get red Evo with this poke? Because that's another use of the Kraber mid-game. And no, I'm not even going to hold on to this. The other version, like you said, James, a little bit more patient. Let your teams maybe farm up yours for you, which we saw a lot of times happening in Pro League. Just swap your armors. Let someone with a wingman, very ammo-efficient weapon, good at poking, or a charge rifle, you know, get you up and save that Kraber for late game, which certainly a team like Kick will have the opportunity to be in late game if they keep playing this way. International, we keep going back to them and then flashing forward to another team, but we'll stay here for now. It's Noises, Bryn, and Urban. 5 points. Sometimes second place, even winners in these EMEA lobbies. A team who can certainly pop off, James, but have had a slower start in the last day and a half than probably they would have liked.
Yeah, they've got some rotation to do, but it does seem that they might be wondering about if anybody's behind them. Let's have a listen in and see what's happening in the IG camp at the moment.
Needs on my left.
I'm up and down.
Okay, care here, Evan.
Care for teams like on the south side.
Yep. Walk up here with me, Evan. Yeah. Bryn, you might have to play on the right side. Yeah, exactly where you're going, to the rock there.
Yeah.
Clear this with me, Evan.
Firing on the main building.
Once we've cleared Urban, you're going to hard stare at our back, all right? Yep. Right here underneath.
Can we 3 to 1?
Maybe. Ash, flash.
No, 3 to 1.
I knocked the Ash.
Good knock. Nice, Cameron.
I'm doubling with the finish.
Bryn, come here and TP on this. Bryn, come here and TP on this. Finish his kills. Okay, never mind. All right, I'm hard watching our back then.
You're hard watching on me.
I'm hard watching southeast, all right?
Yeah, that's huge, Bryn. We're hard watching where we came from. Me and Urban are hard watching where we came from, right?
Presence here.
Yeah, okay, Bryn.
Yeah, presence. You just...
That's good.
They should only be able to come through the tunnel on UCAM, because no one should be able to get through the choke without them
Yeah,
seeing
good
it.
point. Good point. Good point.
Unless they're already through there, just hard.
Unless they came through zone, yeah.
Yeah.
I have double ult Excel, right, boys? We should trade up.
I've got one ult.
Urban, come to me real quick. We're gonna trade armors because I have charge, right?
Don't even know what the fuck that gun was. Do you want a bat?
I have a bat. It's fine. It's fine. I have 4.
I've got 5. Here, take one.
Thank you. Internal, coming up to us.
I dropped a bat behind you, Cameron.
I'm coming back to you.
Running to me right now.
Give me ult. They have no defense for it, right?
Yeah, give me ult close. I give me ult close. I just forced them back with the give me ult.
Little cubby. They bubbled. Yeah, they're balcony.
Wait, it's not the same team then. Alright, just chill, just chill. Just chill. Go back to focus on the front. I'm gonna pop double. Yeah, I'm gonna pop double Excel.
On the roof of VDS.
Wait, they're landing towards you, Bryn.
Landing out.
Perk the game.
They have no bubble.
Okay, I can pop 2 Excels. I got a heal up though.
I'll throw a nade on them. Fuck it.
Do it, Bryn.
60, 30, 30. They're down here on my red ping. They're just about in zone, I think.
Okay, I can keep up them, Bryn.
Yeah, I got double edge. It doesn't
yeah, they're
like
just about in zone.
I gotta pop a bat here and get to Urban. I need to get to Urban right now. Back zone. Bryn, can we look for those KP potentially, or like we can't let them run up the hill on us, Bryn? You know?
Yeah, I know. If we have nades, we can probably flush them out pretty easy.
This is a Caustic team.
Actually, they have under the bridge to play.
We just got Gideon. I'm running southeast.
What's the gas thrown at you? They're running at us from BDS house.
Why? I have the bubble here, I think. I have the bubble here.
Yeah, you do.
They're in the open field here. We just found Nathan.
I'm one.
Fuck, almost cracked. Run back.
We have to walk up and take the space, otherwise we die. Come on me, boys.
I'm trying. I'm
almost cracked. I'm burning them.
I'm just dead. They're gonna look for you, Bryn. You're gonna go play solo.
Where does Bryn even go? Surrounded by teams now. That's a good position. Turned into bad very quickly indeed.
And that is IG International not having the results that they wanted. It was T-Rex who they were looking for. They ended up Valk ulting out. And I got to give credit to Oxbow and the squad. I mean, they just got out of there fast. And they made a very quick adjustment with pressure coming from behind. And part of the reason, too, is that ATK got in the mix. And it was 69 IQ pushed out of the building, even though they still had a chance to be there to kind of clear their 6. So I think there's a lot of good plays happening at the same time. And it's just a matter of which good play outdoes the other. It's T-Rex going down to ATK. Now the pushers become the push. And it's Volcano aim assist. He's going to take down the rest of T-Rex. So Oxbow and Blast and Kearney will fall.
Oh, with this fast rotation, maybe there's a chance for these banners to be rescued by Bryn, although there was a team immediately above him as well. And if Sweet was watching that, he'll be happy to see that Urban's got a new microphone. Some very amusing clips from a few days ago, which you could look up on Reddit. But yeah, that was a rough situation. And there are more rough situations around, as we can see. There's a lot of teams coexisting here. And I smell Hardekian players pushing forward. And you know what they're capable of.
Oh, man, hitting shots like that. It's just better timing, and it's Empire, Ranches, Maliwan. It will not be the Maggie story in Game 2. Players see to that one, playing under the bridge as well, like Troll sitting there waiting for someone to cross without paying the toll. ATK Esports says, what toll? I'll give you something. And that's a Mastiff in my hand. They're not going to get a chance to use it, though. Players said, you thought we were joking. Pay the fee or get out.
Where are you going? Artico now, kill leader, 5 kills. 11 squads remaining, and still it's a very compromised. There's no personal space on this map at the moment. Action non-stop, 3 teams sitting on top of each other now. Bryn still hiding behind the box. He's still alive somehow. I don't think he gets these banners, but maybe in all this distraction he could do something. But look at the angles that Kick have. Surely there's no escape. That Hemlock putting in work as well. Underrated weapon. OJ Rain's only got 1 weapon, so he probably dropped a Kraber now. Got to find a shotgun or something soon, but the Hemlock will do for now.
This is what we talked about, OJ Rain and Ixako. Such dominant fighters, but can they fight maybe the best in the lobby in players? Hardeki sitting on top of the mountain, figuratively and literally there. Everyone knows he's the one to usurp when you want to talk about big plays in EMEA. Artico as well, getting in on the action, says, don't forget about me, I won't. Almost takes the Valkyrie out of the sky, and the skyward dive in the dive portion of that. Rain getting out of that one. Don't land in the zone, my friend.
Oh!
Oh!
GPS has been fried.
That's got to hurt.
5 squads remaining. Just a minute ago, we had 11, and we can see 69 IQ. They've got some cover, but they don't have a high ground advantage, that is for sure. But what about the teams around them? We'll soon find out as they take some shots towards players who are heating up very quickly indeed. Often straight out of microwave players, the way they start these games. Hardeki always dependable. But again, Artico's got the lion's share of the kills so far. ANC rotating now, almost completely naked. Birthday suits as they try to survive this ground-to-air assault from plenty of other teams, and they may not be able to do this. Dying in style may be the order of the day here as they try to land, but oh my god, they're getting taken out like bitches in a shooting range.
We might have just seen another episode of Naked and Afraid right there, because they were absolutely barren heading into this final circle. No chance against the team with 3 red Evo shields like Hardeki and players. 4 squads left remaining though. It's 7-8-9. Wow, what a moment for them. They are playing so well in this lobby. Reply Totem as well. They've been involved in the final esports circle here for EMEA. Can we continue to see great play from teams who desperately need it? 69 IQ look to be going down. It's going to be a top 3 filled with Reply, 7-8-9, and players. Players, can they hold on? A big shot there from Amaz on Reply Totem. He's going to go down, but Jay Savage, he can clutch up. That could be players down. Does someone have a gold shield? It is. It is players going down to Reply Totem. A shield swap, possibly for Sharp, and it's 7-8-9 who swing, and they hit the ball outside of the fences. Home run for 7-8-9, desperately in need of these points.
Absolutely, that is a huge win for them, managing to avoid players who were running through the lobby. They were melting team after team. Artico leading for a while, then we had Hardeki coming through like, I don't think so. But 7-8-9 will be our victors in our second game, and boy, do they need those points.
And just the fact that they were able to get the finish onto players before 7-8-9 push, because there was a member, I think, with a goal, with just the ability to just not really go down yet, and they were having to get that final kill to get the 3 KP. And that ended up really kind of mattering for Reply Totem, because look at that. They only had 4 kills, so 3 of them came in that final second against players. Huge performance from them. Even though 7-8-9, what a story. In relegation, one of our most historied, I think, teams in EMEA, constantly have changed rosters since Poland, and that performance in playoffs that kind of shocked the world with some of the Estesu clutches that will live in Apex history. Now fighting for a chance to stay in this league. It's great to see that. Players really, though, stealing the show with the majority of the points earned, 19 in Game 2.
Yeah, that was a battlefield. Those final rings were an absolute battlefield, and it was really, really exciting stuff. That listen-in was perfectly timed, as well as teams were trying to rotate through, trying to control space, trying to defend space, but there was little space to defend. Personal space absolutely invaded by team after team after team. Talk about second parties, third parties, fourth parties, too many parties, unless your name is 7-8-9, who finish with the party hats on in Game 2. And again, that is so big for them. They really need every single one of those points.
Well, let's just even talk about this too as well. The way that these teams are going, Reply Totem have 54 points. They're tied with 3 other teams in that same position and 1 team ahead of them to get into 10th position. Currently, it's Kangarna who are sitting there behind Mutarium, who have 56 and 69. A win today would give them 25 points. So that would push them well up. Second place would give them 21 in the overall leaderboards. Third place giving them 18. So really you get that extra point given to you each time you kind of climb up from third to second to first. This is the type of performance that they need. It's Sweden on the line for Reply Totem, and they're certainly playing like they've got stakes. 7-8-9-2, great performance. Empire started off strong, James. Really great storylines developing here today so far.
What we love to see as well, I mean, it is early, it's Game 2 of 6, but a good spread with many teams competing for that first place. As we can see, Reply Totem now just 6 points off number 1, Team Empire, who've got a lot of people breathing down their neck. So it's great to see that a lot of people are competing, especially when you've got players in the lobby who are always threatening to run away with things, that other people are trying to keep up with them. It is fantastic. We can see Scars not doing too bad at the moment. Same for IG, both on 10 points. And who knows if they'll be on the top in a game or two. So it is looking pretty juicy so far in a top half. At the bottom half, though, lots of teams desperately needing more points. Huskies looking to have a better situation, as well as T-Rex, which is another team that we've been mentioning in recent days for sure.
I love the way that this is shaping out, and it's kind of fun to have been around all of it this week. You and I casting the lion's share of these games and seeing these teams kind of develop, go up and down. That is part of the drama, so to speak, of it all. And any good drama, it's going to work well for some characters. It's also going to have the tragedy, and we are still a little too early to tell which side of that Reply Totem will be on. 789 will be on. Will they make it out of that relegation conversation? The next 2 days are going to determine that, especially the next game as well. It'll be our last game on World's Edge, but we also have a second game that is just finished before we get there, and we're going to give you the heads up on that. I had a feeling, easy to say now after we see the charts, but I had a feeling 4Gang was going to make a move as well. Another team that is slightly out of the playoff picture who have been playing phenomenally over the last couple of days, James.
Yeah, it's great to see 4Gang, definitely a stream favorite. And hey, as far as the UK is concerned, we all love Shiv, but when it comes to being a roadman, Horizon is #1. So it's great to see Guild Esports having a good day so far as well. But in the bottom half of things, Alliance, the nightmare continues. Cover your eyes, guys, because they are probably not making it to Sweden at this rate.
Yeah. Yeah, I honestly, I don't think there's a spot for them right now if they don't change things drastically. We do have ATK, we do have Rebel, we do have 789, we do have Huskies all playing. They're all in relegation. So pay attention to your screen. We got 3 of those 4 teams in this lobby right now. Oh, things are just getting exciting and more exciting. It's James, of course, on the side with me, and Rain Day here. We're going to go to a quick break. We got Tom and Glitter coming back for Game 3, our final game on World's Edge.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Pro League EMEA Region. Game number 3 is just around the corner. But, Tom, I got to give you some props for that second match. Their players having an incredible performance, and you said you had keeping your eyes on them for your prediction.
Yeah, players was looking good. Can we just talk about how their team fighting was just dominant? There was a time where they were getting shot in the back. They throw the bubble down. They turn around and just slap the team that was shooting them. That was amazing. They almost defended the third party after that, too. So you got to give them credit the way that they're just ripping teams apart in these fights. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from the match. And, again, picking up a lot of kill points. They got third place overall, but they had the most points overall in the game, which is definitely big. But I love the kind of multiple storylines that we have going on here, right? We have teams that are trying to make it into the playoffs. We have teams that are trying to get into the next split, and then teams that are trying to avoid relegation.
Yeah, it's actually crazy how this always tends to happen, right? When you really start putting their feet to the fire here, the squads that are at the bottom just come out with these insane performances. I mean, we obviously heard the guys talking about it when they were casting, but 789 right now is just doing everything they possibly can to keep themselves out of relegation, and of all times to kick it into high gear. I mean, I guess this is as good as any.
It really is, and maybe they can start to get that confidence going and play better and, you know, get some respect on their name again, because honestly it's tough to see one of our teams that's been so consistent in the past, one of our top EMEA teams, not perform up to that standard. And I think that's pretty, you know, by far the most points they've picked up in any game, and it's definitely their first win. So when you look at a team that's been very successful in the past being relegated, that goes to show you how competitive the EMEA region is right now. It's also extremely close on this leaderboard after 2 games.
Yeah, and you can see what a good position that 789 has put themselves in now after those first 2 matches. Players jumping up the leaderboard as well. But we also we have to talk about Reply Totem, right? They were one of those teams that we were looking at with the potential to try to break into the top 10 for that playoff spot. And they too are having a day where they're putting themselves in a really solid position, especially when you take into consideration there's still one more day for them to get some points, that they could break that top 10 easily.
No doubt about it. This is getting it more intense each game, and it's going to get closer and closer. Tomorrow's going to be crazy because we're going to have probably half these teams not even know if they're going to make it in yet, and then it's going to all come down to maybe the final couple matches or just 1 or 2 team fights. So every point matters, every decision matters, every rotation, you know, how fast you loot, all of these things really add up.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's even crazier that starting off the day, we had so many ties, whether that was in the top 10, right outside of the top 10, because it's every decision, like you're saying, every kill, every placement point that puts you up higher on today's overall leaderboard so that you can get some more points towards your total. It could be make or break for some of these teams. Do you really want to be in a situation, Tom, where you are 11th and tied with the person in 10th, but you lost because of the tiebreaker? That has to be heartbreaking. You don't want to have to do that to yourself.
No, that would be horrible, because then you have to wait to the next split to go and prove yourself, and then you got to play ranked all week with your teammates, and you know, and it just doesn't seem as fun when you're playing ranked and you're not going to Sweden.
That's true. That's true. And speaking of Sweden, if you guys are wondering, playoffs, okay, we're going to be talking about those a lot as we kind of come to the end of split number 2. There were so many teams that have already kind of nailed down their places in there, and we're trying to figure out where EMEA is going to shake out, because EMEA is the one region where we don't know what is going on with those clinched spots. So, I mean, even looking at what we saw from the streams that are going on, the matches that are going on in the other stream, there's obviously some teams, when we kind of look at them, that after today are looking pretty solid. I mean, I'm just thinking of the numbers that we saw out of Guild, even in just that first match. They were looking fantastic today.
There's definitely some favorites, right? And there's teams that are close to clinching, but we have 2 in North America, we have 0 in EMEA. Again, that goes to show how close the regions really are. And we're getting ready for game number 3 right now as the teams are loading into the dropship and flying over their POIs. For a team like Solo Q Goats that's going on in the other stream, they start off so hot. It looked like they were about to be the #1 team in EMEA. Players, they start off extremely hot. It's like, okay, these are the first 2 teams that are definitely going to clinch. No one's clinched yet.
So, like we will keep saying all day, it's anybody's game. Things are just going to get even crazier as the day continues on, as well as we check in, starting off the game, obviously, with our winners of the last one, 7, 8, 9. We're going to have to see if this can continue, though, once we head on over to Storm Point. Don't forget, chat, this is now the last match of the day that's going to be on World's Edge, and then we're going to be switching over to the map that has kind of lended itself to being a little bit more unpredictable than World's Edge.
Going on over towards the Lava City side, splitting that area with Big Mod, and you're getting some pretty decent loot already, right? And it's kind of awkward when you are over here splitting a POI, but it's technically enough loot for both teams, and you see that happening fairly often with Kick going on over there. But you have all of Dome, so if you really needed loot, you could go down on over there. But the zone is going to pull over towards where they're at, so this is going to be huge priorities in terms of getting inside of the zone. And to me, this screams Big Mod 1,000%. You may have that ending over towards the Lava City side, or where you have the eggshell area with the respawn beacon too, kind of where Kick's name is. I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how these players play this one, but one thing's for sure, you have to get over there fairly soon. And one of the teams that's thinking about that is going to be players as they're in Lava Siphon.
Yeah, but could you be any more stoked right now if you're 7, 8, 9? I mean, you just had 2 phenomenal matches, and then for the third and final match on this map, you instantly get the zone shift. I mean, this is just a day that is working out in favor of 7, 8, 9 right now. They need to take this opportunity, like you're saying, to get fully looted up and really nail down the real estate that they want to hold now moving forward throughout the rest of this game, because there are so many squads that are going to be making those early rotates, trying to find a spot in this zone and holding it down. And the fact that 7, 8, 9 already starts here puts them in such a solid position to have yet another good performance.
You also have the multi-view at the top, so if you want to go back and yell at your teammate to go and pick up that purple armor that I thought that they were going to pass up on the floor below that, you could definitely do that. Go and click the command center below and watch up to 4 points of view with the team comms as we see what Huskies Esport is doing, and take a lot of damage. Look out. Well, you just go for a second to check out the scenery, and next thing you know, you have no shields. But going back to the zone conversation that was happening with 7, 8, 9, sometimes that's the way it goes, right? The momentum starts to shift in your favor once you get a win, and your mental is going to be doing really good after that, as well as we see some potential fighting happening over towards this building. 2 teams coexisting over towards the south of Lava Siphon. This could be scary. I mean, teams are setting up over here, maybe thinking this would be an end zone. When we do have Lava Siphon zones, that's a very popular spot, and it's one of the most common endings here. So I can see why they're going for this one, but I still feel like it's going to go over towards more Big Mod and Lava City.
And that's why information is so important, right? That's why kind of being able to know where the next pull is going to be is so important for these squads, because then they'll know if they have to actually leave where they want to hold right now. Should be interesting to see what players does, considering how solid their team fighting was in this last match. But it looks like they want to do some poke damage, but they don't want to push it too aggressively, because they do see those tracers coming in from across the way. They know there is the potential for them to get third partied if they spend too much time on this fight with Game of Drones, so they're going to be smart about this one.
Which is why you could see they're waiting for the portal to come up right there. It was at 91% rate when we switched on over to the POV, and now it's going to be back. But Leogri gets thirsted over from behind. That is a wild turn of events. First player going to be going out from the player's side, and they were seeming like they were backing off from that, so I don't know how they get picked off from behind.
Yeah, I am just as confused as you are. It would be interesting to see their POV. I wonder if it was another team, or if it was the one across the way that was just trying to deal some damage and maybe landed some insanely good shots too quickly for players to really do anything about it. But they also do have the option here to grab the banner if they can. Oh, it's a squad from behind that must have just caught Leogri out of position for just a second, as they do pick up the banner and will hopefully be able to get Leogri back and kind of give themselves a reset here.
Tough situation, though. I'm not sure if anyone has a mobile respawn beacon. That would be nice, but either way, they're going to have to wait for the next portal, or they're going to have to figure out some sort of rotation to get out of here. Otherwise, they're just going to be playing as a 2-man squad inside of these buildings. And that's a tough break, because we know the zone's going to pull on over here. We know how aggressive players can be. Maybe a little bit too aggressive right there when teams start to go and rotate in, especially with the armor advantages that they had. This looked like they could have been poised for a huge game. Gold backpack, gold armor. You want to get Leogri back in this one when you see the situation that Hardeki is in with this type of loot.
Especially, I mean, it's especially unfortunate because that is like, you know, we've talked about a million times, that's their other rotation option, right? The fact that it happens to be the Valk that goes down puts them in a really tough spot when it comes to mobility and at least trying to reposition themselves or even just to get the Valk back. So it'll be interesting to see what decision they decide to go with here. As for right now, they're at least going to be holding it down, waiting out some of these other squads around them and seeing the decisions that they make. Let's take a quick look here, though, at a player comparison between Brynn and Iarka. So this is actually really cool. Invictus versus Kick. I think that is that me versus Fallout in the predictions here, Tom?
I guess so. I mean, the thing is I had a chance to talk to Iarka yesterday, and I just loved the confidence that they had, Glitter. I'm sure you checked that one out too, but he was talking about how their mentality wasn't, we're a team that's trying to get into the playoffs right now. They're saying, we're a team that's trying to win this thing, right? So we're not, you know, just content with being a top 10 team. We want to be number 1. That's the mentality they carried to it. Guess what they did? They went from 10th to 2nd place overall. So you got to love how they came through and did what they wanted to do. They set the goals for the day, and they executed on that. Now, Hardecki's finding some kills into the kill feed. He's going to be able to take down Noob Hunter. But Kick is over towards Big Mod and about to toss this potential defensive bombardment. The thing about these Big Mod endings, a lot of teams could set up over here. And you'd be surprised. You get like 10, 12 teams just all surrounding Big Mod.
Well, because there's even space under Big Mod. I mean, there's so many, there's layers to Big Mod, and then there's just sides. This is one of those situations where even though it's not an actual building, it's literally functioning the same way that a lot of those buildings that we see and maybe Skyhook or anything like that function, where you can have so many squads in one very small area just kind of waiting each other out. So it should be interesting to see how this goes, especially because this is where Kick kind of started everything off. They're going to have to decide if they want to allow Phoenix Legacy to just coexist with them here and not do anything too crazy, or if they want to kind of push them off of this spot, at least for now, as we see Iarka and crew trying to move around, see if they can maybe get some information on where Phoenix Legacy is looking to push up here. If they could take them out early, that would actually be massive.
And you would think because Kick lands there and they stayed there, that's where the zone is going to continue to pull, because when you have home court advantage, for the most part, you're able to read your zones a little bit better than the other teams because that's where you land at, right? So based on that, and where 789 is going to be positioned, I like that idea. That's why it's a little bit questionable to me on what players was doing, because they had an opportunity to rotate there and get there super early, but they wanted to do what they did similar to game number 1, which is pick up a lot of kills and playing in a little bit risky of a spot. But the zone, hardcore pull away from Big Mod, so throw away everything I just said.
It was like the game heard you and the game was like, hold on. Let's see how much we can mess with him. That actually is going to throw a bit of a spanner in the works, though, for the likes of Kick, for the likes of 789, because I agree with you. I think they really were banking that this is where the zone was going to be, and now they have to completely reassess their game plan here. They're going to have to do a little bit of some replanning.
And they're going to do some dancing for a while, too, but this is a slow dance. They have to hit the scan and find out what's going on with the next zone. Otherwise, they're going to be wasting a lot of time here. And at this point, time is valuable. You have to make your way in over towards the zone. An unorthodox pull and an unorthodox zone that we're about to see. So I am really excited to find out where zone number 4 is going to go. And if Kick's going to eventually take this fight, I mean, this is becoming just a do-si-do over here. And where is 789 throughout all of this? I mean, they are potentially a team that could collapse and third-party this.
I know. I'm wondering if 789 instantly just decided to rotate when maybe they had the zone information and they decided they didn't want to have to deal with whatever they knew was potentially going to pop off at Big Mod, because this is going to get scary. It also will set up a lot of third-party potential the longer that Kick kind of waits here to start disengagement or to completely disengage. Sometimes, and we've seen this happen too many times, the indecision is one of the biggest killers for a lot of these teams.
Can we just appreciate the art inside of Big Mod right there with all the legends right there? That's about to be my new tattoo back piece.
I approve of that. I think that would be sick.
789, they've rotated in, though, and they are still, well, they rotate in. They've rotated into a building, and I don't think they understand the zone is still gone too. So this is confusing all of our pro players right now. We only saw one team basically in the middle of the zone, and Vexed is out of there.
Looks like they don't want to have to get into any fights too early on. Reply totem, doing some quick crafting here, getting themselves some additional loot before they start making their rotations, or maybe they too think that they're able to set up shop here. At this point, I don't even know, but they are safe momentarily, at least, so they've got a little bit more time to make those decisions. Just saying hi. As they can see, I think that's 789 across the way. Everybody just kind of hanging out in these buildings for now, not really wanting to make any choices, but we've already somehow lost 2 teams, even though we've been hanging out here.
Look at Scars. They're over towards the bottom of the hot springs thing, going on over towards a fight, and this is a potential power position over towards the bottom. I know it doesn't look like being on the low ground is an ideal situation, but with all of those rocks, there's a decent amount of cover, and you can avoid a lot of nades, defensive bombardments, etc., etc. Now Scars is looking to capitalize on what they have. You see the teams remaining and their points. Great day so far for 789. We'll see if they can continue to keep that up.
Ooh, looks like Vexed finding some kills for themselves up there in that kill feed. They might be just about to wipe out squad as well. Scars still hanging on here on this high ground, just kind of looking around, seeing what's going on below them for this action. They're trying to deal some damage here, and they've got a nice spread going for themselves. They do force the bubble out as well, so we'll have to see if they do come on top in that engagement. But Empire finding themselves potentially chasing... Oh, are they... Oh my, okay, Empire might be able to come out on top here when it comes to outplayed. So this is yet another squad that is doing well for themselves today, and they didn't even really need it.
Outplayed, looks like they're about to go outside in 17th place here very shortly. I mean, only 1 HP. There's no way they can't hunt down Andy Jax here. Hardeki looks like he wants that kill, and they did get all 3 members back up, but they're not in an ideal situation over here as it's time to bounce and go back in the building.
It is huge, though, that they were able to get all 3 players back up and looking pretty comfortably relooted, for now at least. Empire in a very solid position right now, looking down and continuing to deal some damage. ATK on the bridge now, catching a squad out on the rotation. This is a nice fight for ATK, forcing the bubble. Going to continue to push on in and clean these kills up. That's going to be Scars that they were chasing down.
Yeah, Mandy's down to the PK. Nice shots there with the R301, but running very low on ammo with these death boxes. Should be able to get some extra right there. Otherwise, you're going to have to switch weapons. That's always not the ideal situation. It's like, man, I've been carrying this weapon the entire time. I have all my attachments, and you're going to give me a Volt, or not a Volt, excuse me, like a Havoc with 10 shots? What am I supposed to do? I mean, I'll take a Volt, because the Volt is definitely really solid. That's why it's been Volted. But Blast on the outside of the trailer. This is getting hot over here. You can see the defensive bombardments coming through. Blast was just a sliver of HP, and that's the elimination coming through. T-Rex, they're going to go out in 17th place. A lot of action as this zone was unpredictable.
ATK decides they want to push up and get in on this action, going up against Kick, who is now 1 player down. Kick's going to have to decide how they want to handle this. Unfortunately, they only have the Gibby and the Wraith left, so I don't even know if they had their portal or not to continue that rotation. ATK, though, with this PK inside the trailer, landing those shots, connecting for so much damage, and right now the aggression we're seeing out of ATK is phenomenal, Tom.
You love to see it, and they're staying alive. Great Valkyrie usage going through in and out of the bubble for the armor swap, but it really comes down to these massive shots. And another armor swap, fortunately, it's only going to be 1 player on his team, though. And man, there's so many boxes over here. You would hope that these would have armors, but they've already armor swapped virtually every single thing in the vicinity. Now Phoenix Legacy is trying to come back. Unlucky not having a battery here. You can see how slow it is to just hit cell by cell by cell. This is a huge fight. Both the players with a sliver of HP, but the advantage to Kralix because he had a battery and then was able to hit that medkit.
I cannot believe the timing that both of them just backed off in that engagement, because like you said, they were both knocking on death's door with barely any health to their name, and at the exact same time, somehow decide to back off. It was 1 more bullet, Tom. 1 more bullet could have ended that fight, and instead both of them make it away by the skin of their teeth, and 1 player on each. I think, though, that they might be able to both recover at least a little bit there.
I believe we're prepping a quick listen-in with 69 IQ. I want to hear what their comms are because this is getting crazy, Glitter.
Oh, you're good, you're good. Play on me. I say we need to keep moving forward. Come.
Bubble in 18.
I'm fine on me, fine on me. Team above me.
Just careful, they have Maggie.
I know. Above us.
LOS on me.
You're really good here. You're really good.
I'm popping ult XL.
They got landed on. They just got landed on by team.
That's so big. Then. Careful, it's still a team above us.
Yeah, careful.
Wait, they're swinging slayers.
Yeah, I'm looking.
They killed one. Did we go up?
One's here.
Can we go up?
If we want, we might have height.
Okay, let's go. It's 11 squad left. We should sweep that. Come to me.
Yeah, I'm coming.
I'm flying up. Yeah, they're fighting hard. They're fighting hard.
Look on the left. One dead. Swing the left. Team on the back as well.
I'm following you, bro.
Get the clean. Back up.
Nice.
Review. Yeah, red shield, by the way. Red shield.
Okay, but we all have red shield.
I've got 3 cells left.
I'm dumping cell, yeah.
Nice.
We need to back up on the spot, I think. Or we fight for the eye. Do we gonna have give ult? I have ult XL.
No, I've got give ult 40.
I have ult XL.
Ult XL is here.
You're gonna have it with this one, I think. He's safe 40.
Yeah, I'll have it.
No, you need 2.
No, I've got it.
Flying.
Careful.
Drop down. They're gonna fight on top. Drop down.
Yeah, they're gonna fight.
Find on me. Yeah, I'm fine on me. Just spare me. Just go back on the spot. Guys.
Okay.
I'm fine here. We have a crypto team on the back.
Okay.
That might be bad.
I have still got ult.
You want me to play here?
Might be a team here.
Yeah.
Can you give ult?
I'm giving ult in them.
Wait,
Give it them.
They give ult us.
We can play inside here.
Don't babs. They have crypto. Don't babs. Tell me.
Careful on the right. We're good on max.
Really good on me.
I'm resting straight away.
I'm nading. I go.
I'm in this corner.
Find on me. Really good on me. We just need to hold the right. We're gonna need to force it.
I'm
gonna critical them. Come, push the right. Heal up on me. I'm fine.
Don't have a bat.
I have no bats for you, bro. We just need to chill out here. Play on me.
Yeah, come here.
I'm here. I have no bats.
I have no bats.
On the other side of here.
Yeah, we wait your babs and we push. We need to push. Give me one.
Nice,
Swing this.
Careful, I'm bopping.
Back on me. I'm fine on me. Really fine. Nice. I have no meds anymore.
Nothing. Yeah, I have no meds. I'm just trying to heal all the time.
I'll give you one med kit.
I bubbled on the right as well. I'm gonna
you have to stay there. You have to look right. Do not let them come back.
Yeah, I'm gonna bub on top of their thing when it's about to go.
You're good.
Any cells?
Do it.
Oh, fuck, I didn't see it flash.
You have cell for him or no?
No, I've got 2 cells.
I'll give you 1 cell.
Maybe we need to kill them off though.
Yeah, we need to kill them on the right. 100%.
Okay, Tom, so much just happened during that listen, and I mean, we watched a really solid push up to the high ground by 69 IQ, and they were able to clear one of the Empire players. Now the wingman shots are landing for so much damage, and they've had to push up on Vex here, and they've been doing such a good job of zoning them off and keeping them away from their position. They've survived defensive bombardments right now. I mean, the play coming out of 69 IQ is phenomenal.
It's the type of stuff that makes you just want to play Apex, like in between the breaks or something like that. It's like I'm ready to push. Put me in, man. I want to play with these guys. The callouts were just so intense. Felt like you were in the game for a second, playing on their team. As now Phoenix Legacy is trying to dip out of there. Looks like they're gonna be nice job getting maybe 1 extra placement point with that phase. Maybe could rat it out just a little bit longer, but I don't think that they're gonna be able to hunt that player down anytime soon. Nice job getting at least fit there, as Slayers is going to be able to get that kill, and 69 IQ continuing to do a great job. Nice res for Dazzo as well, as now 69 IQ. We had that listed for a reason. They've been running around playing extremely hostile but well-rounded Apex.
Yeah, the amount of damage that they have somehow survived and evaded right now with the amount of fights that were going on around them, near them, is just impressive, and they're continuing to chip away at anyone that really steps in their near vicinity. Vexed as well. Vexed was actually popping up a lot in the kill feed, and they had to push through quite a few squads, Outplayed being one of them, to get to where they are right now in these final moments. Totem, though, on high, once again consistently putting themselves in solid positions here on World's Edge and continuing to get some points when they know that they need it.
Yeah, that Rain Day grid is getting a little wider right now, as that's his pick. They're trying to get inside that top 10 like you were talking about, and rightfully so. I mean, this is so big. This game's so important. After this, we only have 3 more World's Edge matches in the EMEA region. So this means a lot to these players trying to close this one out strong as Vex Gaming on the slow ground. Nice shots there from Bambino with the 30-30. The 2-4, such a good scope on this gun.
Nice little peeks there, still landing those shots. And this is actually going to be a solid rotation here for Vex. They've got some sky vision going on so they can know if the rotation's going to be safe, and then Wraith's going to be able to pop up, do some damage, and then back off, but at least keep Reply Totem on their toes, because now they know that they've got at least one player on Vex they have to worry about. But wait, did they do space breach onto him?
They did. Unfortunately, it's Sharp that goes down. That's the Gibby bubble. They won't be able to get this res anytime soon. Somehow he tosses the bubble out as he's getting knocked, which is pretty impressive, but they could be tossing nades underneath to bounce it off of the roof of the bubble. Doesn't seem to be the case right now, as the high ground has been taken. So that's a very nice phase breach. Very well played. Very Pathfinder-esque, right? That reminds me of some Season 1 type of plays, but he just goes and takes the high ground away from the rest of the teams, which means they have to fight it out, and they can just third-party this when it's all said and done.
Right? It's giving me like those Overlook Silo vibes right now, as Reply Totem is just going to be able to watch while the squads below continue to battle it out. But I've got to say, 69 IQ continuing to do a good job finding themselves these little cubbies to hide in and keep themselves decently safe while dealing some damage and allowing the other squads to battle it out. Once again, I don't know how they have evaded this much damage.
If I'm 69 and Vex, I'm like, all chat, can we focus the team on the high ground? Get them out of here, please. They have us cornered, and now they're taking us out one by one. Unfortunately, K-Sweeney now the last one alive for 69 IQ. There goes the Bambino ultimate, I believe, coming in from his side. Now Reply Totem, they go through and drop down as well. It is getting crazy out here, but Bambino and the Vex Gaming squad with the EMP perfectly timed to take the dub. It doesn't get more hectic than that, Glitter.
That was so crazy at the end. I'm not gonna lie, there was a split second where I was like, is K-Sweeney gonna hide here and then be able to do some insane third partying right at the end with these final 2 squads? But overall, incredible performance out of Vex. Like I said, I was watching them a lot in the kill feed. We didn't get to see too much of their perspective, but their name kept popping up. They were pushing through squad after squad to get to the position that they had there in the end game, and that even when 69 IQ pushed up onto Vex and pushed them out of position, they were still able to readjust, and they did so well. I feel like at that point they even had baited that phase breach, and it worked out in their favor.
It was crazy to think that if they were able to stay alive with all 3 players on that high ground, how that could have changed this entire lobby right there. But it's Vex, Reply Totem, and 69 IQ, the only teams. Actually, I take that back. Look at ATK with 12 kills. I was gonna say those are the only teams that got double digits, but 12 kills in 8th place is ridiculous.
I mean, and you know what, to be fair, we watched a lot of those fights. We saw them being willing to do aggressive third parties and continue following up on any engagements that were in their area. So I'm not surprised that they got a lot, but 12 was definitely more than I thought that they had. So huge shout out to ATK as well, getting a massive amount of points for an 8th place finish there on the board. As we see where the rest of the teams did shake out, we saw Scars actually being one of those squads that did fall to ATK on that bridge there as they were trying to escape. So, I mean, I feel like we're seeing a lot of the teams that we were expecting to do well unable to do so, because the teams on the cusp, the ones at the bottom, they are just continuing to put up these crazy performances.
Not only that, but when you look at the landing spots for all the teams and where that zone was going to go, you would think players, you would think Kick, 7, 8, 9, all of these squads would be teams that are racking up a ton of points because they don't have to worry about the rotations. They should know these zones. It's where they land to begin with. That wasn't the case at all. It was the exact opposite, as Vex Gaming is going to walk away with the dub.
Yeah, and then as we see the damage here, we see Moon able to do over 1,600 damage as the leading damage dealer here for Vexed Gaming. And I mean, they did well. And you said it yourself too, Tom. That EMP at the end was huge for Vexed. Did a lot of damage there onto those shields, or any shields that were remaining, really. And they just played that well. Another squad that was really smart in those endgame moments, the same way that 69IQ was doing. And I think that had 69IQ not tried to go on high for that fight and maybe forced Vex into that position, it could have easily been, the tables flipped the other way. So it was just a solid way to end out all of our World's Edge matches now, because it's time for us to shift on to Stormpoint.
It is, and it's time for us to bring Fallout back onto the desk to help us break down the action on World's Edge. What a hectic game there, John.
Absolutely. That game 3 was so entertaining, so fun to watch. It felt like a little bit of a game of King of the Hill at some point. Obviously, as you saw the high ground control from Reply Totem, you thought they'd be able to hold on to that high ground. 69IQ rushing up the hill to try and take it from them, and actually could not win that 3v2, and that made a big difference. I mean, that was the difference between, I think, 4th and maybe a 1st or 2nd place for 69IQ, who was pretty darn healthy in terms of resources. But let's take a look at the Match 1 and Match 2 highlights. Of course, one hell of a highlight in Match 1, as we did see Maggie in play in competitive Apex for the first time, Glitter.
Yes, and honestly, I know Tom and I were a little bit skeptical, but Empire was just like, no, we're going to show you guys why we can make it work, and they ended up being able to take home that first match with the Maggie. We'll have to see, if they continue to use her, if they continue to feel comfortable with that, and once again, it'll just be EMEA region, like I've said a few times now, always innovating with those team comps, keeping everybody on their toes, because it's something that we probably weren't necessarily anticipating, and they've used it a couple times now.
Skeptical or hating? I mean, I was hating. I'm not going to lie. I was like, there ain't no way Cleve's going to run this Mad Maggie and they're going to win. I was like, you need a Gibby. 1,000%. No, not the case at all. Empire with a big game number 1 win, and then game number 2, this is all 7-8-9. We saw them come through with some really nice plays, but also this was a story of players and their team fighting. They really popped off in this game.
Yeah, and I'll say all 7-8-9, but all CIS. It was actually players who played so incredibly well in the late game here. You're about to see Hardeki, Leogri, and Artico light up the kill feed and the highlights. They were taking 3v3 after 3v3, took out the former champions in Empire, and unfortunately their run ended short of like a 3rd or 4th place. But they ended up getting most points in the lobby overall, Glitter. Really good performance from players, and of course 7-9 to close it out.
Yeah, and are we really surprised, though, about players? Because if I recall those kill standings correctly when we were looking at those in the first game, I think Hardeki was on top. So we know that that is a squad that can just absolutely slay out. And to be fair, the same thing could be said about 7-8-9. The majority of the time, they just haven't really been able to show us anything in split number 2, with the exception of today.
Yeah, that's right. And even there, it was actually really interesting how 7-9 played that. They quite literally waited till the very last moment with one player left to go and take the easiest 3v1 of their lives and get the easiest 12 points of their lives. I think 3 kills, maybe 4 kills total for 7-8-9. So, hey, you can say it was a little scared, a little cautious, or just smart getting the 12 easy placement points. And then, of course, in game number 3, ATK started strong, but unfortunately got taken out short after, Tom.
Yeah, with these unpredictable zones, that's where the value of crypto really starts to shine, because you're able to just continually get these scans over and over again, so you can decide which side of this crazy spot that not a lot of people understand how to play, where do we go, what can we fight for, and Bambino was rocking it with the EMP over towards the tail end too, and this last fight was just really nicely executed. You can see only one player goes down on the team, and that's what you want to see if you're a Vex Gaming fan.
Did you see the timing of the battery on a Mazda right at the end? As they dropped down from on high, because it didn't get touched by the EMP. That was some insanely clutch timing.
Yeah, I mean, all the timing there for everybody was really impressive, right? The phase breach over towards the top of the mountain, all the little intricate plays, again, for an unpredictable zone. I think the most surprising thing, again, was the teams that landed over there were nowhere to be seen.
I don't think we've ever seen that zone or that finish in World's Edge, which says something. We played a lot of World's Edge, so very unpredictable indeed in game number 3. And as a result of games 1 through 3 in World's Edge, let's take a look at the drop spots and where everyone were situated. IG International dropping at the NRG home, or staging, at least on the North American side. Team Empire dropping in Harvester, finding a lot of success. Players in their home, very rightfully so, they've earned it ever since the Sorting Factory days over towards Lava Siphon. And as a result, we saw those 3 teams fare pretty well. Anything else stand out to you, Glitter?
I think what stands out to me is the fact that quite a few times we've seen these teams, and we heard Tom say it a couple times too, where we've seen them get the favorable zone, and they aren't the ones that we're seeing there in those final moments, which is the exact opposite of what we would anticipate if a squad's able to kind of get that dead center and hold it. But right now, EMEA is just, there's too much on the line, there's too much aggression, and they're just not being allowed to do that.
Yeah, the only statement I'll make on drop spots, I would love if someone at some brave soul wants to go back into a historical analysis to show the efficacy of dropping north, in particular up towards Climatizer and Epicenter. I just feel like in North America and in EMEA, the teams that drop there don't find success. I don't know if it's loot or positioning or rotations aren't great, but the 3 teams that did drop in that northern side of the map didn't seem to fare very, very well. But hey, games 1 through 3 are done and dusted. Let's take a look at the leaderboards as a result of the first half of our competition today. And wow, Reply Totem in first. My man Rain Day with his beautiful minds calculation. So far, so good.
Better.
Empire right behind with 33.
He better, because it took so darn long for him to pick Reply Totem. I was wondering what he was actually doing throughout all this. I actually think he interviewed every single player in this lobby.
He must have. he must have conducted a thorough analysis with how long it took him to put that Reply Totem prediction in. If you know, you know. But right behind, you got players looking very well. Empire 7-8-9. So again, CIS on top, with an exception, of course, of Reply Totem, the Italian, and Sharp alongside the Frenchman in Jay Savage, and Amaz underrated, holding it down for the United Kingdom. And then, of course, we did have the remaining squads here, some Polish action. And then in our second page, Scars looking a little bit quiet today. Kick, another team that has been playing really, really well. We expect it to maybe do better. A little quiet as well, Glitter.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised here by that, but then, you know, it's bound to happen. Sometimes you get hot one play day and then the next day you fall off a little bit. And when you have so many teams that are towards the middle of the pack or towards the bottom that are just outperforming everyone right now, it makes it even harder to get some of those points nailed down. But now moving into Storm Point, maybe they'll be able to bounce back.
Yeah, I'm excited to start setting up the storylines for that. Before we do so, we want to also make sure to keep you all updated on our additional EMEA matchup. Let's take a look at the leaderboard from Group A versus Group B in our side stream, which you can find on twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG. It's Forgang on top in first place with 37, a team that has incredibly high highs, some low lows. When they play well, they pop off, and so far, so great. Guild Esports started really, really strong, was in first place after Game 1. Kangarna right behind them in fourth place, and Fenerbahce holding it down for Turkey and the Middle East and Africa portion of the EMEA region. Rebel in sixth. It's a must-perform day for Rebels. We'll keep a close eye on them. And, of course, the reason we don't have the final 2 teams all planned and Magicians are out of the Pro League with some roster changes and shakeups. So that's why you only see 18 teams in this lobby. And speak of must-perform teams, Alliance is one of them, Tom, and not looking good on World's Edge so far.
So is Solo Q Goats, though, because they were our number 1 team after 2 days, basically. And now they're looking like they may not even make it into the playoffs, because I think they're sitting in exactly what they are in this lobby. I think they're right on that 13th area. They're trying to get inside the top 10. We all know that that's a crowd favorite, but also watch out for Nemesis, because they're a team that starts off really slow and they start to pick things up as the matches go on.
Yeah, especially with the switch to Storm Point. And on that note, as y'all are aware, or maybe if you're just watching, we will be playing on Storm Point and World's Edge throughout Split 2 and in the playoffs here. World's Edge done and dusted. You see which teams won which maps, and the next 3 games will be on Storm Point. That starts to set up some discussions. Tom, I'm going to throw this one to you because you've been watching the last couple of days. Any teams in particular and that stand out to you as a really kind of strong performing team on Storm Point that maybe fares better on Storm Point than on World's Edge?
I still have to go with my pick that I had overall today as players, because, again, they are just so strong, and they won 2 of the first 3 Storm Point when we first started this split. So my eyes are on them.
Awesome. Glitter, any final thoughts from you? Any storylines as we head into the second half of the broadcast?
I mean, I'm still holding out hope for my pick in Kick, because they had 2 second place back-to-back finishes on Storm Point, I believe, yesterday. So, you know, maybe they'll, like I said, I'm looking for that bounce back. And boys, I need you to help me out.
You just chose Kick, so you could say my pick in Kick, in rhyme, a little Dr. Seuss action. I know your style, I know your method here, Glitter, but that's going to be it for us as we're going to jump to a very quick break. Of course, follow us on all things socials if you have not already, twitch.tv/playapex esports on Twitter and YouTube. Hit the follow button here as well. But we got Storm Point right around the corner. We got Rain Day and James Bauer off to call the action. We'll be back.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Well, the pastures are looking greener for a few teams in more ways than one. We are transitioning off the icy tundra and the hot lava of World's Edge into more of the forest and the beaches of Storm Point. It is our fourth match of the day. My name is Randy. I'm joined by James Bardoff. James, things looking good for Reply Totem at the top, but a bunch of teams involved in that hectic final circle. Really a lot showing up today, and it's been kind of a frantic day, but also that's where we are. In 2 days left, deciding who goes to Sweden. That's a great way to describe what every player is going through.
Yeah, and we have parallel situations as well, parallel stories, if you will, in different parts of the table. Of course, there are teams fighting to secure plane tickets, essentially, to sunny Sweden, but also people who are fighting to stay out of that ever so dangerous relegation zone. So we'll see who is able to claw some more points in the first game we have of Storm Point. And we see everyone starting to land now. We'll see if there's any early contests. As we mentioned previously, there can be, when you have different mixes of teams, if they all want to go somewhere, normally someone is not willing to budge. So we'll see if that's going to be the case today. Oh, and immediately we have it down, actually. We can see that we might be on 19 teams very quickly indeed. Harold and co having a lot of problems early. Underrated, maybe quickly outdated on Storm points in his first game.
Really not a good start. Zaz running the Bloodhound, and Estesu actually being taken down in your kill feed as well. This is a very important, very, very important fight, especially if you are a 789 fan. And one of the ways to look at it is that, yeah, the first strike usually can win, but it's also who gets the most out of those massive shots, those PK shots, who manages, you know, these moments. And you can see right here, Denze doing so well with High Society, really focusing them down. It's going to be one squad out. It's Huskies already down, so that really will hurt their troubles when it comes to trying to climb out of that relegation zone. Now back to 789, who are in a pretty similar situation, and looks like we may have to get a different angle on that, or maybe just a different angle on this lobby.
Wow, that's one hell of a rage quit. All these disconnects.
It certainly is.
High Society, more cat people than dogs, it seems.
Oh,
Huskies
man.
eliminated. Oh, we're getting back into the game as some people are moving around. Hopefully that's just a spectator bug. We shall see. 789 will also be eliminated. Big fights happening. So multiple contests across the map, and the kill feed continues here. We may be down to 17 squads soon. We'll have to see if there are going to be more people lost early, as it seems that a lot of people are contesting. This is a very violent start to Storm Point. I haven't seen this many problems early. Wow, really people not getting on around the map.
Track him, young man. Nice shots with the wingy. He's going to make sure he's got his presence felt. L-Star as well, run by Volcano. Almost haven't seen that in the entire 5 days here. Not a weapon of choice with a couple of the adjustments to it over the past few seasons. But 789, they're out. And that is a tough one, especially with Huskies as well. Those two teams on that parallel on the bottom side looking to climb up out of the position they've been in. 14 points for Huskies, 13 for 789. Currently, relegation sits at 18, but of course that's without today played, so it's going to move much higher, probably towards the high 20s. And you could see ATK just in a similar position, actually, with 14 points, doing pretty well. So might be the moment they make their move, step outside of this lobby. Oxbow, though, on T-Rex, not going to win that trade there, and he's going to go down to Herald.
Yeah, and Kearney not in a position to help his teammates, and he won't survive either. The Peacekeeper putting in fantastic damage, but a straight right hook to the jaw for T-Rex to be eliminated. Fisticuffs not going to work out when you got short arms like a T-Rex.
And, you know, if you've ever seen the trailer, the cinematic for Bloodhound, and the story, Apex Legends, some of the best in the business. I think they should have a Netflix series soon with their animations. But Bloodhound, no stranger to taking down large beasts. So the T-Rex, just one of plenty that through the journey of Bloodhound, developing their skills,
this just
had to tackle.
The lobby is going to be restarted, as it seems that that disconnect issue affected some players on the server, I will assume. So this is going to be reset, which might be a relief, actually. That might be handy to some of the teams who were subjected to these early contests. And I don't know, maybe that's a second win here where they can think about, do they really want to go for this again? Maybe they're more expecting of that contest now where, I mean, who knows if it was a surprise beforehand? We'll have to see, but there's a lot to happen now as this match gets reset.
Well, there's implications either way. I don't know about it, so I'm not going to speak about it. But obviously, we saw the lobby do a lot of things there. And yes, I'm sure it affected some players. There's also some players on the other side of things that had things go their way. But, you know, of course, we want to create stability for the entire lobby, especially starting in Storm Point. You know, Game 4, there is so much on the line in this game and in this moment. I mean, and even when you look at staying in the league or having a chance to fight for $250,000 in first place, if you come into that position in Sweden, I mean, there's life-changing aspects to this. So I think that's partly why the decision was made on the general side of things. But hey, we don't know. We're just going to wait until this lobby gets restarted, James. And it might be a good time to kind of set the table again for everybody who's catching up on the broadcast, where we are and what we've got going.
Yeah, this might be a good time to look at the current standings, maybe the overall leaderboard again, because there are parallel stories as we mentioned. The top and the bottom, they're two very different scenarios that we are seeing. But as we can see for today's action, Reply Totem will be leading at the top, really trying to make their way to Sweden if they can. Empire, another pick from our team today, in second place, just 4 points behind. And interestingly, all of our talent today picked a different team, which is rare, especially when you have players in the lobby as well. It's very easy go-to, but there's a lot of potential for different teams, as we can see by this leaderboard.
Well, players, you know, they kind of didn't have a great day yesterday, and I think they had a subpar day the day before. When you compare them to winning and getting 25 points the first time we saw them, you know, taking a third place isn't as exciting, and then taking somewhere around a 14th place the other day, I think 13th place actually yesterday, that was not encouraging anyone to select them. And I think a lot of this has to do, as we look at the second page of today's action, with momentum. And you can look at a team that's kind of trending upwards and doing better and better over the course of these days. That's kind of why Tom said I told you guys doing a beautiful mind calculations back there on who I was going to pick for today. My pick is at the top right now, but part of the reason I thought Reply Totem was going to do well is, A, they're trending upwards in terms of their performance. But if you take a look at where they are in terms of really needing to move forward in this lobby, they are very close to being out of the playoffs. I think this is this updated with current points now as the stand? That looks a little different. I got to get some information on what we just saw there, but
I think that was at the beginning of the day, maybe, but we'll
maybe.
I think they're going to update it, and then we'll look at it again.
Yeah. But anyways, James, I think part of it, it's like your momentum. Are you trending upwards? And then where are you? Do you need it? You know, I think teams like TSM in North America, it's just an easy name to bring up. They didn't need the points necessarily. They kind of feel comfortable. So, you know, having a 4th or a 5th place game, yes, it's unfortunate for them, but it's not really going to change the picture. You look at Reply Totem here, so 12th place, 54 points. Look at the kind of mud that they're stuck in. If they can just win today, that puts them in the playoff picture. So it's a part momentum and it's part opportunity. And what does that opportunity pay off? I think they've got a lot to win here.
Yeah, and we can see it on the other stream as well. Solo cute goats are on the precipice, not having the greatest of days, but of course there is still opportunity for them. Same even for 4 Gang. There are a lot of teams, Fenerbahce, like all the teams you can see in front of you, who could be forcing some of these teams towards the bottom out. We're seeing 69 IQ playing today. They need to move out of this danger zone further up the table. It is pretty compressed in this middling area, though, and even towards the top. Like IG are only 3 points behind GMT in first place, but This is just the top. At the bottom, there are big fights as well. Again, even if this season is not going to be your season, you don't want to be in a relegation zone. And we see that Alliance are missing in that first half. We can see them in a second. I wouldn't say they're at risk of relegation, but that's not a conversation we should ever be having about them. And that's something we could talk about a little later on. But we can see that teams like Rebel, they what on earth are they doing in the red at the moment?
Well, you know, I looked at their scores, and I think they're in about 4th. So if you're not familiar with how this goes in terms of points, when your day ends, you get somewhere from 25 to 0 points, making it within the top of your bracket. And so first is going to get 25 points. You're going to look at second getting 21. And then third will get 18. And then fourth, you'll get 16. And it's kind of easy to think about it like this. 16 out of 20, that leaves 4 points left. 15 out of 20, that leaves 5 points left. So you basically subtract the points of the placement that you are, and that's how many points you get. So if you're 5th, you get 15 points, 14 if you're 6th. And right now, I think they were in 5th or 4th. So 16 points on the cusp of something like that, that would put them in the 30 range, James. And if they have just that today, I think they're kind of safe. I think if they just repeat that twice, they do something tomorrow, they're kind of safe. But, I mean, wow, have they waited to the last moment or not?
Yeah, it's very late in the day to make an escape. We can see Guild worth mentioning them as well with 21 points. Sorry, 21st place. wow, speaking English, 43 points. And I don't know, perhaps they've got an outside chance to make it into the top 10. I'm not even going to try and do the mathematical gymnastics in my head today. But well, I saw that they were towards the higher end of the table. I think they were topping it earlier on. So who knows if they can. Maybe this is the run for them. Maybe it's not. But you can always aim for that with these late days here.
Well, I'd actually love to see A versus D, too, since we have some time to look at these leaderboards, because another team on the mind, Guild Esports, they're sitting there with 41 points. Remember, at 25, they were at the top of the lobby last time I checked them. 25, that puts them at 66 points, and that's a great, great position. And see, they're third, so 18 points onto that. They're definitely in the conversation. 57, that puts them in a place. Fortgang, though, just extending their lead. And this is a team that is going to push some other teams down if they keep playing like this. Rebel in 6th. Ascend already pretty guaranteed a spot in playoffs if they just keep performing like this in the top 10. But, I think Guild Esports, Fortgang, and Rebel kind of maybe some of the major stories there alongside Fenerbahce, who are in that 54 or 53 point mix, right?
Yeah, Fenerbahce are in a very similar position to Fortgang, if I'm not mistaken. So those two teams specifically have to be very focused on the opportunities they have ahead of them. But there's a few names which we would expect to be in this top 10 who had nice runs, be at the end of last split, be at the beginning of this one, which find themselves in the bottom half, namely Alliance and Solo Q Goats. Again, Solo Q Goats have a great chance to make it to the finals, and they can still have a great day. There are 3 games left. They're probably in the process of game number 4 at present, so they can still try and storm their way back up. Alliance, though, again, I don't know how much is possible for them at this point, but they are having it's night and day from what we've seen from them in the past, that's for sure.
Yeah, think about it. It's 10 points that separate 9th to 18th. 10 points, which is, it's anybody's game still, but a team like Mutarium, the way that Tyler FPS and Unlucky have been playing alongside Evokes, I would feel like this is a missed opportunity after 3 to only have 6 points. You are in 9th. You are one of the teams kind of gatekeeping these other teams like Fenerbahce, like Fortgang, like Solo Q Goats because of your great performances at the front half of these first few days. So don't lose your momentum now. That would just, I think that's one of the more, it's one thing to have never gotten into the top 10, James, but to be 9th, 8th, and then fall out slowly, oh man, that would be tough to, that'd be a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, just witnessing yourself slide out of a great position is you want to be in control of your own destiny, that is for sure. And it can only be more frustrating if it's so close that you can grab it, but you just have to watch it slowly move away. Wouldn't want to be in that position, but it takes a braver man than me to be in there and deliver the goods. So some people will, some people won't, and we'll be getting some more information as to who may be finding a success there very shortly, as the game should be loading soon now. A rare crash, which is good that it's rare, because I in the past have had some very long nights where we've been waiting for things to be resolved, but fortunately we don't have many of those issues here, so haven't seen something like that ever. So that is good that it's rare and hopefully brief. Fingers crossed, though, for our first game of Stormpoint. I want to see if Empire are going to continue with the Maggie in Stormpoint, or is it a World's Edge special for them?
I think that if you consider the way that people have treated Stormpoint as kind of a legend swap for space for mobility, I would actually wager that Maggie would get left off. But we don't have a lot of info on Cleve. Unless you watch his stream religiously, there's not a lot of footage other than what we're seeing right now. There's no VODs to really look at. There's no YouTube videos to watch how he's kind of portraying the value of this Maggie. Is it something that they highly value? Is it something that, hey, let's try it today. What do we have to lose? Let's go with it. Maybe it'll shift the lobby up. We don't really know that perspective yet. But 4th game here in Stormpoint, that will tell us a lot. I just have a hard time seeing maybe the Riot drill having the same level of impact as it would in the closer spaces. I'd love to get this answered quick, though, as we hopefully can check out Empire when we drop, because if we see Maggie here, that's a whole different level of priority for me. That means I think they're looking at Wrecking Ball and some of the speed boost there for some easy mobility over open ground. You add that to the rest of your legends who are trying to make a rotation, maybe on foot, maybe after an Ash Portal. It's an underrated element of that ability, and really, really nice in team fights, especially when there is open space to take advantage of the speed boost. So you know, we'll see what they're thinking as we head into Game 4 here on Stormpoint, looking like it's loading up right now.
We can see Empire now. Cleve has moved over to
Bloodhound.
Bloodhound, yeah. So there will be plenty of scanning, plenty of information plays once these later rings come through. So they've traded harassment for information, less griefing, and more peacekeeping in terms of a peaceful way to move through the map at the very least, or perhaps not, but at least they'll do it and be well informed. Well informed indeed, as they now have 2 scan legends, so it's a big recon team, and of course Rafe will have to move the team around as necessary.
I think what happened to Bloodhound to make them so valuable off the rip after kind of being in and out, they were really, I mean, when you look at Bloodhound introduced into the Apex meta, going back in history a little bit, it was really Complexity, Reptar, and that crew who just decided we're going to be so aggressive, we're going to fight you everywhere. We're just going to use Bloodhound scans and ultimates. As that ultimate got buffed, the speed boost got buffed, the kills on knockdowns, the resets on knockdowns got buffed, and then the scan ability on the recon beacon just really added that extra level of tactical value that it can bring, as we now see a tactical important moment here where High Society has to decide, do we push up on this? We've already got the down, and it looks like they are going to go for it.
Yeah, so it seems this may go the same way as it did last time. High Society getting some early KP, but it's a hard climb. They do have a Horizon, however, but that does
easy
give
for her.
A brief warning. Very nice angles, and running distraction is Denze. They're going to re-aggress once again, but they have lost a player now who has also been down as they try to make that fatal connection with the bullets they have. Many targets, though, and maybe it's not going to go their way after all. They've really got to land these downs. Indeed, they will. And Huskies, again, more cat guys than dogs.
That's just the value of the Horizon Gravity Lift. It lasts so long that you could actually in and out of that thing twice as it's staying up. And it's been a controversial ability for a while, but it has kind of found its balance and fallen out of the hype phase that it used to be. It used to be able to get up on there and stay on there and shield battery on there and snipe up there. It was fun, but it was a little broken. And so now you only have 2 seconds at the top, but because of the duration, you can get back to the top. And it played perfectly into the strategy of Denze there, who got up, sprayed a little bit, fell down, forced the Gibraltar to look left. His teammate pushed right. Great stuff from High Society as they took to the skies and got 3 KP to their name to start this off.
And we can see ATK are having an early contest as well, on top of another team, as we could see on the radar, in the zone as well. So I do wonder, bearing that in mind, if one team chooses to disengage, but that would be a sacrifice of loot and maybe some pride and confidence as well. ATK may be on the chase, though, as the guys they're fighting seem to be falling back, or at least repositioning, finding themselves some cover, which is stabilizing. It will be Rats. They have been targeted early game before, so this wouldn't be the first time, but have they got the guts to really win out here? They are mostly squishy for the time being, so that's not going to be ideal for them. And ATK, seeing these grey armors, may feel some hunger, but Empire are on the way as well, looking to get some ranch on this dinner.
This is why you don't 50-50, because it turns into a 30-30-30. And not the repeater. Oh! Empire. Just going to clean this one up. No need to even hype cast this, because it's just unfortunate. You feel sad for ATK. You feel sad for Rats. ATK obviously needing the points as well as Rats. And Empire just show up at the right time. And that's why it is just so... It's such an interesting question to 50-50 and to fight early, because it oftentimes is just worse for both of you. You both are usually better off just ignoring each other. Like, just literally decide, we're going to come up with some signal. I'll drop my PK on the floor and crouch 2 times, which means, all right, just loot as much as you can, then we'll run away from each other and we won't shoot, because you're just ruining both of your games.
I got really excited by just the nature of the ambush there. And Rafe had absolutely no idea. Exposed on the front page, National Enquirer suddenly out of nowhere. Paparazzi coming through. Didn't even have time to turn around before it was all over. Fate was indeed sealed, and we find ourselves now with 18 squads early on. Again, Stormpoint sometimes can have some slow starts, but we've had some spicy ones, and it's quite interesting when we mix the teams that are fighting each other or looking to hold on to the positions they have. Now, Huskies, that is 2 fights in 1 match, essentially, where they've been eliminated in their position because of that restart. So having lost that fight twice now, And you could say that they're almost fortunate in that they get extra time to think about, we've got two more editions of this if we want them. Maybe we'll look to head somewhere else. We'll have to wait and see once our second Storm Point games come through. But they got some extra evidence there that maybe we're not going to win that fight.
Well, I don't know the situation, too, and I think this is what we kind of see at LAN. It's that, you know, are they being coached? Do they have someone kind of behind the scenes observing and going, guys, we gotta make a different decision. I know you want to fight that. I know you feel confident, but objectively, it's just not the right idea. And you can really hurt yourself by making almost emotional or egotistical, you know, decisions that don't result in the best opportunity for you to win. I mean, right now, I think they would both just give anything for a chance to be back alive in the lobby, even if they don't have much loot. Just to have a shot, because, you know, no points, no kills, really, and that is just not what you need when you're trying to climb out of relegation. That is for sure. Hardeki, Artico, and Leogri back to this famous now lineup of Bangalore, Valkyrie, and Ash, the mobile unit right here that can just take on almost any situation, build that cover with the smoke, Valkyrie skyward dive out into a better position, and phase breach to either attack or disengage. It is so effective. And ATK doing everything that they can, knowing how desperately these points are needed. Krylik's just going to chill out, probably watch some Netflix on the side, wait for this circle to close, and try to keep a low radar.
Full purple players, not a good sign for everybody else. We'll see what Reply Totem are able to do. Lots of verticality early on as teams try to hold superior position. We'll see if they can be forced away from this as Kick have got some swimming to do. Hope you've got your inflatable armbands on. Not really the best situation for them, especially if somebody comes from the side. We can see that Iaka is keeping an eye on their 6 just to make sure, because they would be very exposed if somebody came and flanked them. I don't know how much they can really do with Reply Totem up there. They don't really have a lot of angles. I'm not sure if you want to commit all your grenades to that. Even if you have a nice arc star, you can't really follow up on it from there. But we're going to have a listen into Kick and see what their discussions are like right now.
I couldn't reach them, so they are back.
No, they're back.
Yeah, they are back.
I don't have smokes now.
It's fine, we have so much cover that if they push us, we kill them, boys.
We have a team here and a team on the rocks where GMT was playing yesterday. You remember?
They are here. One guy at least.
Do you find covering datas too?
Yes, I think so.
Alright, I'm watching.
I'm moving here to cover.
Hiroshi. He was getting shot, it's the GB.
Almost cracked GB.
Nice.
There's portal here.
They're moving back.
I'm putting the
full team just took market. At least a duo. I'm not sure if it's a full team. I think it's a duo.
There is
because one guy died here. Yeah, one guy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure these guys are duo. I only one time the portal.
This team on the spot that they landed, I think.
No, it's trio.
Can you scan?
No, I needed to scan market to get info. I don't have scan now.
Because
we have a trio in market and a trio behind us, basically.
How much light do you have, Yarka?
98. It's so bad.
Okay. I have 180, yeah. It's really bad.
I have like 4 bots, but still, I don't have nades, I don't have any utility. This is pretty bad. They went away, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna scan the back. Or no,
they're engaging fight on this building. I'm gonna stay on this rock.
Yeah, maybe you can get some free, because I will focus on market with Uxaka. Good shit, nice.
I'm trying to upgrade with my Q so I don't shoot. I have 180 bullets.
Yeah, you need to save your bullets.
Do you have light mag, Yarka?
No. Unfortunately, no.
That's so sad.
This gun is so far away.
I see the Gibby, he's picking a weird spot.
Xako, from here, look. You should be the guy playing here, bro. With your Ignite, with your 301 Xako. Oh my god, you play here, you're gonna beam everyone. Like literally.
I can play there, yeah.
You don't beam it because you're just smoking. I don't know. There or here, it's good as well.
The spot is better where you are.
Spatial awareness, one of the critical abilities to have in this game, and they're very aware of what is around them. Moving the Trident around a little bit as well, so they've got some extra cover as they require it.
You're kidding. Does the Gibby recognize the other Gibby? He's like, wait a second, guys. That's a character model like mine. I mean, talk about laser focused. T-Rex is lucky that they did not get bit from that one.
That's why you don't move. That's why you don't move a muscle. You don't move to look. You just stay still like a statue. Almost worked. Very impressed. You have to respect the attempt. 2/3 of the way there.
Almost. I mean, it was just the Gibby. I think I could see that happening. The story kind of was telling itself there. Unfortunate. Fortunate though for 789, who are still alive in that relegation race. They're doing well in this lobby. I believe 5th place going into this game. And Desu, Ksanya, Dave, part of this squad, running the Bangalore. And Ksanya on the Wraith, so a little bit more conservative, but definitely some more options late game. The other thing that Wraith brings late game as we start to transition teams fighting on this outer circle is just the ability to outlast. And, you know, our final game we saw yesterday in North America, G2 stood at the top of Lightning Rod, and a team underneath really forced a phase breach, bought themselves maybe a second, but a Wraith probably could have bought 4 or 5 seconds. I don't know if that would have been the difference, but it certainly would have given them a better chance. And so that's one of the things that bringing the Wraith onto Storm Point definitely still gives you over the Ash.
69 IQ observing the surroundings, and is that going to be the only launch? No, it's going to be a few more. We'll see if they're able to land into safety. In the meantime, Game of Drones trying to find some shield swaps quickly as they have a lot of pressure coming their way. We see one of the few cryptos we have in this lobby. Crypto almost defaults on every APAC North team. So it's going to be very busy with cryptos once we get to Sweden. But whilst we are in EMEA, we're going to see some more bombardments now. Noises needs to pop a bat, needs some space with which to breathe as Kick try to capitalize on these opportunities.
Rain throwing the Rolling Thunder. Let's see how much it hits. Nice shots from Hyarka. And Ixako, he's going to look to maybe try to support his team. Phase breaching potentially up. And now down because it is IG International who have found the way to stay on top of that. It was Bryn who transported the team back, and so they have the high ground. This is a tough spot for Kick. Winners yesterday in EMEA. Can they keep this one up? 9 points, though, to remain for them as we see the perspective of T-Rex, the team that Kearney was able to finally catch ATK's sneaky Gibraltar on. They're looking to get involved in this fight, but don't want to overstep.
Few tridents to hide behind, but there will be some rotation required, and we can see that Kicker doing exactly that. And this is where that Bloodhound becomes so useful. Saves you the risk of finding out if a building is occupied or not by going in there. So they've got this is not the best position for them. You know, we can see that both sides of the stairs have cover now, have some angles that they're going to have to think about how they deal with them. They will be very vulnerable to grenades through this opening, through this entrance to the building as well. So I can't imagine they want to stay here if they can help it, but we see Downs upstairs, an Iceman opportunity. It's Solaris coming through now to clear out a building.
Oh, I'm not that excited about the shots. I'm excited about the shotgun. It's the first time we've seen the EVE 8 in like 5 days, and Lager putting good use to it as well, helping to get the Boiler Rabanu back up. Solaris, 16 points, and they salvaged that one, although there is still a team really close by. It's for Bly Totem, 37 points. Leaders on the day so far, just 2 placements outside of Sweden, looking to clinch their spot in the playoffs with an exceptional performance today, but they're going to have to go through a lot of teams around here. Empire, you see them in the mix. Kick underneath, and of course Leogri, Hardeki, and Artico on players. Oh, this is a dangerous building.
It is indeed, and that zone won't be giving them any cover soon. Ideally, in a situation like this, you might hope that the zone will come close to the entrance to your building, so you won't be so susceptible, but that's not going to be the case for quite a while, actually. So it's going to be a nervous existence there, as we can see. 69 IQ trying to stay alive up top, and Reply Totem looking to get the fireworks going, as they've got a lot of concerns now. People below them, people above as well. So they have many threats with which to think about, and they'll try to clean some of those out with an ultimate. In the meantime, Kick are going to be, their hands going to be forced, and this is not going their way. Again, we said they were vulnerable down there, and now we're seeing the effects of that.
Wow, Ixako has literally 1 health to his name, and he's going to hope that OJ Rain goes as big as he's been talking about. says this guy has just cleaned up lobbies, continuing to do so. Reply Totem probably in the best position and positionally fighting better than almost anyone. That Thermite, it's just, it's going to do enough. It's going to help to push them away, and the grenade does the rest. Amaz now on purple finally. I was just going to comment on only having the blues. The tether, it would have been beautiful there, and he sees coming into the mix. Is that Bryn? We know that there's a Wraith coming involved. It might just be Nag. 69 IQ possibly going down here as well as things start to heat up.
Somebody heard free drinks and they'll rotate in quickly to the party, but I don't think there's space for everyone here, and some people are going to be short of cups. Empire now taking some pot shots as the rotation comes through. Reply Totem have to be happy with the position they had upstairs, because downstairs doesn't look good at all. Very limited area, and as you're fighting, you're getting peppered by teams from further away as well. Kick somehow still alive, but look at all the angles they're being shot from. There is no safety, but that is a very nice shot, maybe a shield swap. Desperation as they rotate in and try and find some space. The smokes would certainly help them as well, but look at all the fire coming in.
It is just so tough, but I think Kick might have made the right rotation, and his Reply Totem will have the absolute best spot, but they can't lose Sharp. That is the Gibby, and he's 12 damage away from a purple. You know he wished he hit that Phoenix kit maybe half a second later after getting one more bullet onto the enemies down below, but at least he's alive. 40 points, 2 kills already added, and a placement point as well. 12 squads still left. IG International, we do see them holding on the outskirts. I think this is the best position if you're not fighting in that middle ground where Reply Totem are. At least they're not underground, where there was so much chaos, a true bloodbath there, trying to just really just assert themselves, and it was Kick who I think ended up getting the job done. But on the far side too, you see Scars approaching 789, playing that northern side, coming back down from the zone. So still 12 squads left in such a small spot, and we've got 50 seconds until this starts to close in.
How Kick have survived for so long, I don't know. But you have to respect the discipline from Reply Totem. They've only been able to muster 2 kills because they're not going beyond the angles on those stairs. You don't want to expose yourself too much. They are playing for first place. There are 12 squads in the lobby, and there were plenty more before. So while there'll be some harassment, some shots as well. Where are you going? Where are you going? They're not full sending it. They know how dangerous it is downstairs, but maybe they're fancying some KP, immediately realizing, whoa, that was a bad mistake, and back upstairs. Stay upstairs, Reply Totem. Do not throw this position away.
I mean, are you going to make such a tragic mistake? You're going to look back at the VOD and go, why did we go down there? Let the other teams fight themselves, cannibalize this lobby for you until you get to top 10. It's Scars on the other side as well. You know that they're going to be trying to fight down below, and it's IG who have decided not to play patiently and to move in, and it's for C-Rex, Oxbow, Kearney, and Blast out of the mix as well. So there's just so many teams fighting for the same small bit of real estate. We've belabored the point, and now it's just about the action. OJ Rain under the smoke. And up into the ruse. He's going to stay alive, though, and he's got the gold shield, so 1 shield cell will almost put him back to full. He's doing something like Shiv FPS does with the solo queue goats, finding kills, getting KP, and staying alive when people count him out.
As you say that, though, one engagement too many, and Kick will be eliminated. Was wondering if there would be a res in all this madness, and Reply Totem now, they have angry neighbors on their doorstep, playing edge of the dome. That's a great shot with the PK, but again, you don't want to go through that narrow choke point. Just keep them on the outside and bide your time. They've got to be careful with their resources as well. We can see Sharp with 2 cells, 1 bat. Not all the ammo in the world either, but again, they have position. As long as they can hold this, as long as they can ward off the invaders and keep them on the outside when they have to fight everybody else, they can pick up the pieces later on.
And that's why I just love position in these late games as well. With so many good players, position typically wins out. It forces people to try to be risky to take what you have versus trying to be the one risking it to get something that you want. Reply Totem, yes, they missed out on those early kills, and they were all on blue shields. But guess what? They're all on purples now. If they have another engagement like that, they'll all be on reds. They'll have saved a lot of opportunities that they could have been wasting shield batteries and shield cells, and they'll have that heading into the final top 10. As they now are in with 10 squads remaining. Round 5, 35 seconds from closing. Scars on the top of the building. Mandy, Taishin, and RPR. Will it be their day to show up? They've got 15 points on the day. Let's see if they can double that here with a win.
Empire find themselves in a very good position for the time being. But look at the spread of players. Hardeki is out there considering their options. We know how they like to control space late game, especially with the Bangalore smokes, and they may be looking to do that now. But have a look at that next ring. The countdown is about to begin. Where are you going, Valk? You might want to take a seat, bro.
I love the way players really just aggressively take edge. And, you know, with an Ash, I don't see why you wouldn't do it. You can always phase breach in to a third party when you feel like a spot that opens up in the middle is available for you. But otherwise, why not keep everything in front of you? It's just one of the tenets of good BR play and also, of course, good Apex Legends. Reply Totem and Scars possibly setting up for one heck of an engagement as well. It's Hardeki already finding kills on the Mask. That's Morningstar's going down. Empire takes down Blast as well. So that's T-Rex possibly falling. That is, they're eliminated. 8 squads now as players have cleared out almost the entirety of the lobby on the northern side.
They've got so many angles on everybody else. Bearing in mind, there are 7 other squads running around buildings with each other, and players will have angles on almost all of them. They've got to watch out for the windows, though. In the meantime, IG have a roof over their head, which is not the same that can be said for everybody else. People outside being exposed now, and IG picking up some much-needed KP, only 2 on the board, and perhaps this is the time for them to start building. But once this ring starts to close, they'll be one of the first teams that will have to make their way out into the open, and they're not going to like that sun. I think they would prefer to be in the shade here, but shade's going to be very limited in 30 seconds.
What's the call from Scars? Do you phase breach? I mean, do you try to third-party this? They get on top, stay in there? Do you oppress Empire, who might have the only building that'll be alive in the final circle? Or do you Valkyrie Skyward Dive? I mean, people are going to be looking horizontally for sure and down. They may not be looking up. And you're at least cut out 2 teams who are in buildings who don't even have the angle possible. And some of the teams playing low ground, as IG International are. But it is getting tense. And this decision may just be a $1 million decision. And your chance to go to Sweden on the horizon. Reply Totem in the building. Scars above them. IG below. Empire in the middle. It's a face breach coming. And they're going to go ahead and contest the low ground below Empire. Now, Scars, what are you going to do? It's time to make a play.
Yeah, ANC had themselves locked up, made their way through the window, and here's the push from Scars now as they will contest for this high ground and try to lord over everybody else below them. Hardeki still putting in work though, and ANC are going to have some trouble after making their way out of that building. Players creeping around the corner together, moving into somebody else's dome now. They fancy this dome for themselves, and they will have containment to get some very nice kills there. Great decisions. The Mastiff continuing to put in work, blocking the door now as they can reset and fall back somewhat.
Hardeki on a full red, not the player you want to see. Scars taking their former spot and now trying to take the former out. It's Mandy, though, throwing on the right-hand side. These are the teams that are in the prime position here. What has happened to Reply Totem? Oh, it looks like they're going out. They've had to fight against IG, but it's actually Sharp's defensive bombardment who takes down Noises. Mandy will end up taking down Bren. That is a couple of teams falling down here who have taken the east side of this map. But what can Scars do? It's certainly looking like them against players, possibly an Empire for this game. But Mandy, he does not find himself satisfied with just a 3rd place or a 5th place. He wants 1st place, but a phase breach from Hardeki could put a halt to their plans.
Full send from Hardeki, but they've gone straight into the fire, and now it's only Hardeki. Everybody else is on the floor. What else is he able to do now? 4 squads remaining, but not for long. Scars are in a very strong position now. Players gone, Morningstar's gone. Scars, surely this is their time now. Indeed it is. They take the game. Absolute war of attrition in the middle, but Scars, right place, right time.
What a play from not only Scars, but Hardeki as well to get a little bit of damage. The tether to keep the Valkyrie down. It might have given them an extra placement point. Not that they necessarily need it, but just highlight after highlight. And Scars, we talked about their decision making. That's where you see a team that can win it all show up. They have so many different routes, so many different huge ultimates, deciding when to use them, how to use them. They got everything right there, and it all started with the face reach after they saw players drop down to the low ground to take their spot and push in with nobody at their back.
Yeah, that was really a really nice win from Scars. A very difficult ring for a lot of players. You can see ANC outplayed. They were in a building stuck with the zone immediately behind them, just camping, just waiting until the last possible moment to Ash ult out of there. It didn't work in their favor. You can see they didn't really yield any kills from that. 10 kills for Empire, 7 for players. And I have to say, when there was a dome, so I don't know what team it was that domed at the bottom of the building, but that allowed players to push them because suddenly they've got the cover of the dome to ambush the team inside the dome, get in there with the Mastiffs and get their KP up. And that's a very fast decision they made. Strong stuff from them. Solaris 13th place, but 6 kills on the board, so they'll make up for their placement with some extra frags.
It turned out to be a really good spot for Empire, too. I liked that center building. I liked the building that everyone was playing as well, that they fought so hard for, IG and Kick, Scars as well. But it was just a better, I think, proactive decision, where Reply Totem had the exact same utility opportunity with a Valkyrie, a Gibraltar, and an Ashe to go ahead and try to take that place that Hardeki and the rest of the players squad was on. They instead decided to stay in the building and make maybe a harder rotation where they had to fight against IG, and Scars was able to third-party that, knowing exactly the teams and the rotations they would have had to make because they were there just a moment before. So great information on that final circle in Stormpoint. Fans, casters, and even players are still learning some of the ins and outs of how these things end and really the primary real estate that you want to be holding when it comes down to top 5.
Very tough spot to keep your shields up in that late on. They were in such a prime position. We came over to them and it's like, hold on a second, how on earth are they doing so good of all of this fire coming in all these directions? And I have to give props to Reply Totem as well for holding that building and warding off for as long as they could. But Scars ultimately will take the big W there. Props to a man like Mandy, RPR, and Taichi. Difficult ring to win.
And, you know, I love this idea, too, of just patient play. I think you have to go for the win. I think every game has to be like that. You know, these kind of ideas of fragging out overall is fun. It's exciting, and it makes you, you know, it makes viewers really excited to watch you because they don't know if you're going to win or you're going to, you know, lose this time around. But when you play for these final circles, that's really where the big names show up. And that's why, you know, maybe you're sitting on three kills heading into it. You've done nothing, but you know, you get a top 1, 2, or 3, you get 3 kills because you're fighting the 4th place team, you take them out, it suddenly changes your entire game. And now we've got, like we said, Empire getting their game changed here, jumping up a place, players jumping up a place, well-deserved for sure. Scars making a big move too, and look at 7, 8, 9, hanging in 4th place in relegation talks. That is big time from them.
Yeah, they've got 2 more games with which to hang in there. It won't be easy, as we saw from that final ring that we saw just now, but they really need every single one of those points. Do not take that for granted. It is a crucial situation for the teams at the bottom as well as it is for the teams in the middle trying to make it to that top 10 once all is said and done. And we can see who were the losers in game number 4 here. Huskies again getting eliminated very early on, as were Rats. So they've got something to think about whether they want that coin flip in the next 2 games on Stormpoint as well.
Yeah, Huskies also in one of our storylines trying to make it out of relegation. It is important that they get more than 2 points today. Obviously, that is already what's separating them. They cannot afford to have only that. I think at least 6 today to start, you know, give themselves a chance tomorrow. Secondary stream, though, is giving us a lot more information, too, because remember, it's the same overall leaderboard that they're fighting for, and 3 teams at the top right now definitely making moves. Guild Esports, they go up again, 2nd place. That would be a huge finish for them. 4 Gang, also down 2, but still not out. 3rd place, 3-point buffer before Zeta Division. Kungarna rounding that out in top 5. But Alliance, James, making a little bit of a move.
And perhaps it's not too late for them, at least to get back some self-respect and some confidence, because they are languishing in the overall leaderboard at the moment. But they move 9 places to 6th place with 2 more games to go. Maybe there's a chance for them. It continues to rain on Solo Q Goats. They are not really getting much of anything done, it seems, in that half. And again, they're in a way better position than Alliance are, so these points are even more important for them. There's definitely a higher urgency for Solo Q Goats to try and pick something up from these last 2 games.
I can't wait to see how this pans out in Game 6. But we got Game 5 before that, and we're going to break everything down. Coming up in just a moment, it is Tom and Glitter who will be walking us through what will be a pivotal game for all of these teams, whether they're trying to get to Sweden or whether they're trying to just stay alive in the league. We'll see you in just a second. We'll be right back.
I got beam, wait.
They're full standing on each other.
Yeah, just wait.
Are you bombing in 10 seconds?
Knock 1, right in front of him. Blood on to the left.
Kill the guys. Kill the flea on the floor.
Great one. Nice boy.
I think I got the kill on the floor. No.
Nice keep the ult man there. Holy.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Pro League EMEA Region. Glitter Explosion alongside T-Squared here with you guys for our fourth match of the day. Now, our second match heading into Storm Point. And as always, Tom, Storm Point is bringing the heat with these games.
It's a really fun end zone right there. I guess what I was a little confused by is why players decided that they wanted to go to the bottom ground of that building and then leave the high positioning that Scars ended up taking from them and eventually winning the game. That could have been maybe some more kill points, definitely getting those extra placement points, but I still love the way that they play and the way that they full send. They just constantly go at it, and that's why they are so strong at team fighting, because they're always pushing the envelope, right? So if they can just maybe rein it back a little bit and realize they don't have to kill everybody themselves, I think they can do a little bit better.
Yeah, but that's what this map is also perfect for that playstyle, though, right? Like, it's going to work out in their favor because Storm Point is a little bit all over the place. I mean, we're even seeing from the other stream, we saw Alliance have a massive game on this first Storm Point match. So, and that was a team that needed to have some serious points added to their total. So once we hit Storm Point, it's really anybody's game. And considering the fact that in the lobby that we're watching. So many teams at the bottom have already had phenomenal performances on World's Edge. They could just continue to shoot themselves up the leaderboard now at Stormpoint.
No doubt about it. And Scars, the winners when these two lobbies faced off, win the first game on Stormpoint, and they had 2 wins previously too. So definitely watch out for Scars. They know how to play this map, and it's going to be exciting to see what the meta is consistently in terms of the legend picks. And going back to the legend picks, I felt like we had a lot more Bangalores. We only had 4 Bangalores in this lobby. I swear it felt like everyone was playing Bangalore, but that could just be me. Even when you see 1, you get a little bit excited when it's not just Shiv out there. But now we see Outplayed getting into a little bit of an early skirmish. Now the smokes have already been on over towards the side, but we also have 1 Caustic total, and that's going to be K-Swinny coming through on that, and maybe going to continue to play that. Maybe it was one of those instances where it was a Mad Maggie played a pub thing or played the previous game and accidentally got stuck with Caustic again, but you can see 7-8-9 with their looting path. Big day for them. Let's see if they can continue to put points on the board and climb out of the relegation area.
Yeah, it is that's a place you definitely don't want to be. If you're not going to make it to playoffs, you at least just want to stay in ALGS. So that's their main goal right now. And then once they get there, they can continue to grind up the leaderboard as we take a look at where this zone is going to be shifting. And it's really, really favoring Kick, but more so favoring Totem. And at this point, Totem is becoming one of my favorite teams to watch throughout the day because they are grinding and kicking it into high gear at the exact moment that they really need to.
3 out of our 5 caster picks here, Empire, Kick, Reply, Totem, all having a pretty solid day. All going to love this fish farms ending that they're going to see. And Iarka is right next to that beacon scan, so they can continuously just lock that down and hit that over and over again if they really want to continue to get that zone information. We'll find out when teams exactly want to rotate, which is right around this time, right? 1:40 on the clock, 1:30 on the clock. Anything past that, you're most likely going to be playing the edge, as you see 7-8-9 just trying to get some extra loot coming on over from the Prowlers, get those Evo shields charged up as well. Alternator PK, most likely going to try to change that out for an R301 or an R9 a little bit later on in the game.
Yeah, for now at least they're going to be able to get a lot of spare loot from these Prowlers. It's another really cool addition are these mobs on Stormpoint that will allow you to kind of get some spare attachments if you don't have any. Like you said, get those Evo shields leveled up, which is massive if the only thing you could find in the general vicinity are those white shields. So this is just yet another way for our players to really utilize the environment differently on this map in comparison to World's Edge. And now we see Vexed making a little bit of a rotate here, trying to land. Are they going to, wait, they're not pushing this, are they? They're not going to actually go for that.
They're taking the building before the enemy team does, so that's a really nice phase breach going forward as the Hemlock 2X put in some serious work there. Nox coming in on both sides. They're going to push this one. They do have a bubble, I believe, if they want to go and try to entry frag on the bottom floor, but instead it's going to be a bubble res with the Thirst happening on the other side. I prefer that play instead because now it forces the action coming out over towards the side. Hello, damage looking really solid from Volcano. The movement was really crispy too, but that's all she wrote, and attack is going to be going out as Rats going to rat their way into the next 3 kills that they needed. And it's been a slow burn for Rats. You can see only 9 points overall. They're definitely one of those teams on the bottom of the leaderboard. That has to be a big confidence booster for them as they get that win.
Listen, I love me a little early game action on Stormpoint. These teams were hunting each other. I mean, it felt like they were just ready to go for that engagement, right? They saw an opportunity, didn't want to pass it up, and Rats just really making sure that they came out strong in that scenario because ATK, we saw how aggressive they were on World's Edge. They were doing a good job in the kills department, and the fact that they just lost that straight up 3v3 is pretty impressive.
Oh, we got a high-speed chase going on between You very rarely see this over here. Is this Apex or is this something else? This is awesome to see players going in with the Trident looking for some more blood. They're going to play on the outskirts of the zone right here, keep all the action in front of them. That was a hilarious moment there for Scars and players fans. But they're going to try to reset and use this Trident as some cover. Now they're going to get right back on in this. And all focus is going over there. Mandy's got to look out. 2 players are going to go down. Everyone's starting to focus them out in the middle of the ocean out here. This is not good for Scars.
You see Kick up there. Vexed has Scars in their crosshairs, and it was a little bit of a hot pursuit situation, but now Scars are finding them themselves in some hot water as they are losing players left and right. This is so not what they wanted to happen.
It has to be a skyward dive now from Tashin. I guess this is the best case scenario in terms of if you lost 2 of your players who you'd want to lose out on. You wouldn't want to have your Gibby be the solo person alive. There may be some sort of opportunity for Taishin to get out of there, but with all eyes over there, it's going to be difficult. And there it is. The skyward dive is going to happen immediately. We'll see if he just gets ripped apart. Fortunately, the hard part's over. He's already taken to the skies. Now once you're moving around, it should be a lot harder for these players to try to take your shields down. So nice job, good timing from Taishin. We'll keep tabs on this team a little bit later on to see if they're able to get this respawn area in. Maybe a mobile respawn beacon doesn't seem to have one in the backpack. So going to be footing it all the way to the next area, and hopefully for them, they don't get gate kept.
I know you can see a few straggler of those tracers coming through, possibly trying to land some damage on Taishin as he continues to rotate away. I'm really hoping that he doesn't run into anyone, because that would be an unfortunate way for Scars to go out. We'll have to follow up with that later on and see what becomes of the squad. But Phoenix Legacy now making an aggressive push, trying to get some damage down here. They've been playing well for themselves too, and I feel like Stormpoint here is giving them a little bit more opportunity to be aggressive.
Yeah, High Society is getting out of there. I mean, those were very, very crispy shots. I also love the immediate phase breach coming in from Liffin, as now we see what Phoenix Legacy is doing and continuing to hunt them down over towards the side. Triple purple armor today so far. Ranges from Empire with 14. Artico Hardeki from players tied at 10. Maliwan at 9. Taishin and Mandy sitting at 7. So pretty nicely done from Ranches. Honestly, 14. That's a decent amount of kills going forward, but that goes to show you how many points they're putting on the board, right? 15 points for Phoenix Legacy overall, and in terms of kills, you put up 14 kill points just from Ranches on Empire.
Yeah, we are seeing some standout performances here from a lot of these players, and I love that while we're getting some of those typical names that we're used to seeing. I mean, when we looked at the pop-in graphic before of all those kill leaders, we saw Ranches up there on the second page with the likes of, you know, Hardeki, etc. So these players are just really stepping it up here in these final last days of split number 2, making sure they're getting some stats on the board for themselves. And underrated, a squad that struggled a little bit, I think. A little bit more than on the first half of that middle match for the first half of the day, and then kind of started to bring it back. So we're just looking for a few more kill points out of them now, and then they'll probably be in a much better spot.
Another Gibbyless comp coming out from our EMEA region. Reminds me of the interview that we had with IARCA yesterday saying, hey, we made some changes. We go Gibbyless because we feel like there's a lot of cover to avoid defensive bombardments in general, so we feel like there's a couple other legends that would be useful. Looks like they're going to be favoring the Bloodhound there as well. So Scars back in this one, and why not? You'd want to get your teammates back in there when you are sharing that kill lead, sitting at 7th and 5th and 6th today. So nice job getting out of there, especially when it's so early, Glitter, because they died in the first zone. That's going to be an opportunity for them to get back in here. But Rats, they're full sending, and they have the armor advantage.
They are just trying to get some points on the board. Instantly, the crack comes out of Mania onto the Ash, and you can see that this is just going to really be putting Scars in a rough position right now as they instantly have to back off. They have to try to heal. They're dealing with the zone, and Rats were just looking so comfortable on this push. So we'll have to see if they decide to drop down and continue trying to take out Scars. And with how many times we've seen players go down, the fact that we're still at 19 squads, the recoveries have been very, very strong.
The full send over towards the door while hitting the med kit. Is it going to be kicked down by the Gibby? Little friendly crouch going on, but not a friendly thermite, as that's going to crack the door and potentially some shields going forward. Now you see the charge coming in for Rats. They're trying to exterminate Scars, and it's not looking good. You know that they just got off the respawn, and there it is. Unfortunately for Scars, that wasn't what you were looking for. And the Rats coming together with some more points over here. And can I just talk about the logo for Rats? I feel like I want to see that mascot in person. Like, it's the cutest, ugliest little rat.
You know, I feel like now they'll hear that, and they'll be able to set that up for you. You'll be able to get some selfies with the mascot. It'll
really
be a whole
that.
production.
I really want. Maybe I'll just wear the costume for them.
Yes. So you've got the back tat incoming then of the art. on Mod, and then now we've got the your new calling as the Rats mascot.
I've already sent the emails. Fish Farms is stacked, Glitter. Look at how many players are in there. Teams over towards that north side are eventually going to have to make the rotation in. But you can see a majority of the real estate has already been gobbled up by our teams.
And that's what makes Fish Farms endings, it's interesting, right? It's the same concept that we've seen in a bunch of other POIs, but the fact that there are the smaller buildings that everybody instantly tries to rotate into, and we've seen this in other regions as well. The squads that come in towards the end, if they don't have some of that very limited real estate, it can cause a lot of chaos. And so the teams that are stuck on that late rotate continue to run into each other, like is happening to High Society right now, and they are doing a good job keeping the squad zoned off of them.
2 words you never really want to see: sonar detected. As the black hole is going to go down on over towards the roof, it's not going to take anybody from Underrated away. And you do have Jazz waiting for that next scan over here. That's basically how you play these Bloodhound teams. Yeah, there it is. You wait for the scan, boom, you find out where the information is, and then you go for the fight before they can make any type of decision. But it's just a little do-si-do over here on top of the roof. They're just playing King of the Roof, and right now it seems like High Society has that advantage. Again, it's all coming down to this Bloodhound, so if you don't have the scans, there's no reason to go and fight. But with the Beast of the Hunt being activated, you can see how fast that comes back up. Every 7 to 8 seconds, you're able to hit these scans, and Jazz will have 1 more before that Beast of the Hunt goes away.
Yeah, and now they went from just a CQC type engagement, but dealing with a little bit of verticality here, jumping back and forth between the roof, but now they're fighting and they're taking extra damage from the zone. They need to decide how long they really want this to go on for, because there is potential if anybody else was rotating in a similar path for a third party. Hopefully not, since we did see how packed Fish Farms is already. But there are just so many additional factors now that they're continuing this fight in the zone that I feel like we're going to see one of these teams make a move soon.
The reason that they're fighting for this building was they originally wanted this beacon. You could see on the mini-map, that's the reason that they're here, because going from round 2 into round 3, plus getting round 4 information is huge for your positioning overall. And this is the fight. Underrated taking it to him, though. That's already going to be 2 knocks, and this was a lot cleaner than I anticipated. I mean, that fight took forever to start, and it ended very quickly.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised at how that went as well. We've got the final solo, and Denze trying to get out for High Society and maybe see if they could rat for a few more points here. We'll have to see how they handle this. I'm surprised that they're actually not getting chased down right now, just to kind of finish off the entire squad there from Underrated. But they got what they wanted. Like you said, they got the information and a safe exit here for Underrated with some extra KP now on the board. And that worked out well for them.
It's most likely just going to die to the zone, too, which is going to be unfortunate for them. But I like the idea. Oh, he's going to go for the loot. Now, this is the only opportunity to live, but the reason that they didn't chase this kill down, I'm pretty sure that they were gobbling up all of the meds, and that's what you're going to see from Denze. There's going to be no med kits and just a little friendly crouch as he is taken down, and High Society is going to be eliminated. Where did all my meds go? Well, that's the players that took your teammates down. Now, Underrated going to get the scan onto the next zone and move in away from that damage. Nicely done. Good execution. You can see why they're sitting in the top 5 currently today.
Looks like they are now fully looted and reset and making that rotation into somewhere safe as we check back in at the calm before the storm here, really, in Fish Farms, as all of these squads are choosing to coexist right now. We're seeing a little bit of potential damage, potential trying to push people off of their areas right now. Solaris taking a little bit of damage from across the way. A bubble is actually forced out, and now 69 IQ decides to make an aggressive push. We have to miss the first half of that.
It happened so fast. I mean, Underrated looks like they were just coming in for the zone, and then boom, they were out immediately. The wingman shots from all of our EMEA players. Solaris taking down Husky Esports. Wow, the shots, Glitter, are so impressive right now.
It went from nothing to instantly back-to-back wingman insta fights, and that was just, this is what we were waiting for, right? It was bound to happen. These teams needed to start pushing in on each other soon. You can see on that mini-map where we are right on the edge of this zone as we find Kick in the middle of a fight here, and this was one of those teams that really had the zone working in their favor. So we were assuming they'd be able to hold it well. It's Phoenix Legacy. It's actually on the other end of this fight, and they already are down one of these players.
I reckon now you can see this is the Gibby list composition that they were talking about with the Bangalore and the Bloodhound. The value of the scans inside of the smoke, the Beasts of the Hunt, and also the kill lead going on over to Kick. Not the performance so far that they were looking for, but still with 2 games left, good positioning and a solid start to this one. Anything is possible, Glitter, and right now you can see with 6 batteries too, they're not going to be any shy about taking damage or taking any fights going forward.
Yeah, they were able to take out Phoenix Legacy, and then, if I'm not mistaken, I also saw Game of Drones go down in the kill feed. So the teams are starting to drop like flies, down to 13 squads now, as 69 IQ is continuing to try and find a spot. And there, Rats Mania also going down as we look at that flyover. I mean, the arc stars right now are just painful.
All right, I put my costume away. I'm now dressed up as a star. I'm a giant morning star. I don't know if that's as cool as being a rat. I really do want that rat costume. 69 IQ Esports, though. Let's see what they're going to do on their rotation in. Let's hop into a quick listen in with 69 IQ.
Right where we killed the team now.
Yeah, no. I have accident. Do you gonna have Valkylt or no?
No, you need to give me that.
Yeah, I'll give you. He's on the ground. I'm taking 1 nade.
Yeah.
There's on the left peeking, bro. Shoot him.
What?
45?
Yep.
No, I need to think about rotation. We have 1 minute.
No. I'm gonna have Otic, Valko.
You gonna have Valkylt? Okay.
Yeah, yes. Is this building in free open?
No, nothing is open, bro. It's like 3 squad playing here.
What? Hey, I don't see anyone.
In front of us?
Yeah, this one.
I can ask to be fight or we just walk it. You wanna walk it?
Let me try check.
Come.
Okay.
Careful the left.
They might be right, bro. Careful. They TP'd out. Popping cells. Team on the right, looking at us.
This team is not rotating on the right?
This bit here's in. But I don't.
Yeah,
I think right has. Yeah, I think right has an angle.
45 on him.
Careful on the back.
Do you not think we can play on this wall?
We're gonna need to Valkyl.
Okay.
On the walls. Yeah, we do.
Yeah, I think we can play the wall.
I said we do.
Okay.
They have no cover on the right?
Yeah,
I'm
pretty sure they can't play anywhere. I've still got my ult as well.
No, we just ash TP.
Okay.
We just ash TP, okay?
Okay.
We play on you,
the team inside might be
that. Maybe give you that and then we play, no? So they don't peek us.
How much give you
do.
Okay, I'm give you right here.
45 on him. I'm with you, bro.
Shall we go? I'm hitting 1.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm on you. I'm hitting 2 inside. I've cracked them all inside. In here.
We're not. Wait, in on me.
You're fine. Just nade inside.
Yeah,
shoot right.
Crack 2 flashes, 1. Reset on me.
Yeah, we're getting bang ult.
Okay?
You're good on me. Come on me. We won't get hit by the ult.
I'm fine. Careful above.
Yeah, bubbles disappearing. Look at this. I've got Gibby.
Climbing.
We need to look above.
Okay, I knocked 1 on the right.
Yeah, we need to look above, bro.
I've got a nade. I can throw it inside.
44
I'm gonna them. Can we look the right?
Yeah, look the right.
Dead.
Nice.
We're gonna need to take the spot later.
They're climbing. 23.
Bubble and climb. Bubble.
Back. Play the back of the bub. Ready, we're both back.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm holding for you.
I think they're dying. Just hold. Play slow.
Don't pick. Don't go.
They're in the left corner.
Whatever one. We're fine. I'm not sure if I can have
it. Climb in.
Wait.
There's an nade. We need to slide round.
Finish them. No, fuck. Valk 1.
Hold that down.
I'm holding that down. Pop bats. Nice. Dropping.
Oh, you just power poke. Stay alive. Unlucky.
No way.
Wow. That was a lot of action. So many things that they had to go through. So much damage, so little time. And now the Fish Farms is getting lit over here as Team Empire looking to kill the rest of Totem. I think that was an amazing job, though. I mean, there was so many things happening from 69 IQ spot, but eventually they got a little bit over aggressive. Climbing the wall may have been an accident, and they got punished big time.
Yeah, honestly, that was kind of chaotic, and they were keeping it together the entire time. And the fact that in the end it's Empire, who was also up there with 789 with Totem, that they're able to come out on top, reset, and somehow get this skyward dive off to get some new positioning, that's huge for Empire. Instantly, the shield cracks are coming out of Ranches, one of our kill leaders right now, and Empire is just on the full send.
One thing to point out also with 69 IQ is that they got off of Caustic. I think it was an accidental pick, and you saw Case when he popping off on that Ash. As players are going to take the high ground over here, you could see multiple teams being eliminated inside of the kill feed, and everybody loving this building. Real estate is hot over here. It's like California in the back of fish farms.
Oh, that is an accurate comparison, Tom, as we check in with your squad. Players has just been holding this area very successfully for themselves. You wanted a little bit more controlled aggression, and I feel like we've been seeing that here in this second match as they cannot, Hardeki cannot get these wingman shots to connect right now. Kick still on the inside of this building, been holding it since the beginning and fending off any push that they can so far, and right now the zone is continuing to shrink. You see Vexed all the way on the outside, kind of letting those remaining teams inside the building really battle it out and just keeping their eyes on who's going to make any sort of a push outside, as there also is their solo there from Totem.
No doubt about it. Jellied corn. Always wondered if that was, you know, an EMEA thing, or, you know, we know beans is a thing on toast. Jellied corn, I'm not quite sure exactly what that is, but looking good in terms of the position, sitting on the outside, like I said, keeping all the action in front of them as we see what Kick's doing inside of the building. Again, players on top. A lot of squads, a lot of players left in this final zone. It's going to create a lot of action. Typically for this type of part, this is where the Gibby's going to play huge and pay huge dividends, but also the Bangalore smoke. So this is that conversation of, do you need a Gibby? Do you not really need a Gibby? All coming down to this final circle. Nice little missile barrage right there from Leogri is going to do damage. Also give armor checks and locate where those players are going to be. It's tough to say who has the biggest advantage right now. Everybody is going to have to just buy as much time, just like 69 IQ was on that wall, so everyone starts fighting each other and gets distracted, and the last team to show up is most likely going to win.
I feel like Vex is in a little bit of trouble. Players has been keeping them in their sights this entire time, been dealing a lot of damage. However, Vex has been able to recover, but they're out in the open, right? And with players on high trying to deal a lot of damage onto them, it will make their peak ability very, very limited, especially with the potential damage coming through the windows from Kicked. I mean, I'm sure IG has an angle on at least one of them, trying to keep their eyes on Vex as they are holding out with this rock for some cover right now. But eventually people have to leave the building. It's almost time for these final Gibby bubble moments.
It almost feels like Vex versus the world right here. There's 4 different squads on the opposite side of this building. There goes the possible phase breach. They're trying to get on over towards the wall. This is where Gibby is huge. Again, the bubbles come down. Not having it is not good for these defensive environments. Hardeki doing whatever he can to stay alive on over towards the rock, but he slides down and is taking zone damage. The zone may take him down along the way. Kick is in the air. Look at OJ Rain. He somehow was able to live, but now he gets taken apart by the zone, and it's up to Brim from IG to try to clutch this one against 2 members of T-Rex. I don't think it's going to happen. The massive shots from Oxbow are looking too strong. However, a quick little armor swap coming through. He hasn't taken damage quite yet, but the dance has continued between the knockdown shields, between the smoke, in between the zone. Oxbow is going to take this one for T-Rex.
That was one of the most chaotic 1v1s that I think we've seen at the end. Those knockdown shields were putting in more work than players at one point. They were fending that off for so long. I didn't even realize that T-Rex were they were waiting in the wings for everyone to push out of that building and nail down those final moments in the end zone. And I was as surprised as you were, Tom, when we saw OJ Rain on high, just kind of hanging out for Kick, trying to get some more placement points at the end. I almost thought he was going to be able to do it.
Yeah, objects in the mirror are closer than they appear. That one was a lot closer than it really appeared. It maybe shouldn't have been. It was a 2 versus 1 that ended up into a 1 versus 1 at the tail end of things. Big game there for T-Rex. They desperately needed those points. But again, a lot of the top 3 teams gobbling up a majority of those. 69 IQ took a lot of kills along the way. Just imagine if they were able to stay alive on the opposite side of the wall.
Yeah, that was a really, really solid performance out of 69 IQ. I always am impressed when that happens because they get such low placement points, but I've done so much legwork throughout the entire game to get some massive kills on the board that they end up getting more points than Kick on the other side. So, but to be fair, big performance from Kick, who needed it. IG doesn't mind the boost either. They were somewhere in the middle of the pack, so those points are going to be going a long way for both of those squads. As we see Rats, if they hadn't gone out at that time, Tom, they were also having a phenomenal start to that game.
Yeah, good job from Rats. It would have been interesting to see how they would have done if they continued to push forward, but they were the team that went around, took out Scars. Scars almost took themselves out, I feel like, once they started going out into the middle of the water. And I love when he said they're in hot water, because that's basically what it was. It was boiling at that point, and you saw the skyward dive to get that the res. Unfortunately, didn't work out for them. All in all, T-Rex is going to take this dub, and you got to give credit to Oxbow for keeping it cool right there. Those end fights are very hectic. You can't even really see what's going on sometimes based on the Bangalore ults, the smokes that are happening, the zones, the knockdown shields. Makes it very, very difficult to navigate in that type of situation, but Oxbow was calm, cool, and collected.
Yeah, and you can see just how evenly distributed the damage is to all these players putting in work. And you're absolutely right. I mean, we even saw once players dropped down from the roof, it was almost like they knew there was too much going on, and they just went straight for Vex and tried to take up Vex behind the rock. And while that was happening, it allowed everybody else to kind of take each other out. And T-Rex just had that final moment positioning, the Gibby bubble, whatever it was, and they are able to take home match number 4. Very, very solid performance out of them. And I love that pretty much all day we've been able to talk about teams that need to get these points doing just that.
Another guy that's cool under pressure. Let's bring Fallout back on over the dusk. Yeah, he may have not clutched a 1v1 in the last couple of years, but he's still cool under pressure.
Listen, in ranked games, all I'm doing is clutching 1v1s, but yeah, my pro playing days are well behind me, that's for sure. But hey, one hell of a match right there. That was one of the most entertaining ones we've seen. In particular, it was an interesting story because Jamie blasts Levine, gets his revenge on his former team that just replaced him. And again, one of the biggest, most controversial roster changes for IG International. After playing really, really well in Split 1 playoffs, they decide to replace Blasts with an up-and-comer that's really unproven at this point in Urban. Well, they get the upper hand with the T-Rex roster. And also important to recognize is Oxbow, former teammates with Bryn as well. So clash of the former teammates in the final 2, and it's T-Rex that wins that one. But match number 4 was a different story. Glitter, talk me through what you saw here in match 4.
Listen, I feel like at this point, Storm Point might be my favorite map to watch because we get so much action on this map, and it makes everything that much more exciting. I mean, Scars, okay, they might have struggled in the game that we just watched here, Tom, but this was the bounce back they needed after the first 3 matches did not go their way on World's Edge.
Yeah, the main thing was players was popping off in the kill feed, but eventually they left that high ground over towards the rocks, and then that's where Scars came up and scooped it up. And Hardeki, he was kill hungry the entire time. He's trying to put the pedal to the metal. He's trying to fight. They go out a little bit earlier than they could have if they just stayed put, but they got the kill points and the aggressive play that they're always trying to put to the table. You got to give credit to Scars for making that rotation.
Yeah, game 4, well, it was a battle of some of the traditional greats in EMEA players, aka Hardeki, Leogreen, Artico, and Scars in the final few teams. And different story here, and kind of battle of the new, if you will. T-Rex and IG, 2 teams that more recently kind of came their way and worked their way to the top over the last year at least. Some rising stars in Apex. They ended up in our top 2, final 2. Empire obviously was in a big fight, had potential to pop off, but ended up getting taken out right after. I can't remember who it was to the hands of. I think it may have been players who were able to kind of gatekeep from afar, and then such an interesting finish. So many teams stacked on top of each other. We saw some more light post action that we missed on the broadcast. Unfortunately, didn't work out well for Kick, but some good high ground for Kick overall allowed them to get, I think, 3rd place.
Do you see that damage they were putting out too from on high? I mean, no one was thinking really to look up because there was just so much chaos going on down below. And T-Rex, like you were saying, Tom, just Oxbow doing a great job of keeping a cool head in these final moments, the 1v1, and that. What did you see the same thing I did?
So nice you have to watch it twice.
Yeah, you have to. Here's the thing. Oxbow and Corny were in a 2v1. Both had full shields and fully kitted Evo shields, and almost lost it to the hands of the last member alive for Invictus Gaming. That was an insane finish. We're going to run that back here from Blast's POV. He gets knocked early from his former teammates, puts in good work against them right before, gets knocked, and then a 2 versus 1, Corny and Oxbow. Corny goes down early with pretty decent shields. Oxbow goes down to a sliver of health. Just take a look at the bottom left of your screen here. He goes down to just a sliver of HP. It was a near clutch coming through from IG, but instead T-Rex is able to close that out. That would have been insane.
He's hiding underneath the knockdown shields, literally. That Ash was in between maybe 3 or 4 of them. And the genius play was to push in between the knockdown shields and then start crouching up and down and spamming those wingman shots. You got to love the way that was executed towards the tail end. It doesn't get any more intense than that.
And look at the change in leaderboard as well, Tom. Doesn't get any more intense. That's kind of indicative of this entire series here. 6 games, IG International was out of the top 10, bursts into top 4. T-Rex, they were in 16th place, and now they are in the top 10 with contention for a top 3, top 4, top 5 finish here. And going into game number 6, Empire has a clear lead, but outside of that, it's really anyone's game here, Glitter.
Yeah, and I love that this is once again kind of the pattern for EMEA. It is too close for all of these teams to call, but I still have to give so many props to Totem because they are really doing everything they can to get themselves into that top 10. And I'm excited after today to see how all of that shakes out.
Yeah, you and I both. By the way, 4 of our top 5 teams' predictions are now in the top 4 overall. So very, very impressive across the board here. Kick is the last team that was kind of predicted. Had a good little boost there. Went up 2 points. Was able to get a top 3, top 4 finish. They need to get a big game number 6, and they could even break into the top 5 to close this out. I mean, going down all the way to 14th place with ATK Esports, South African esports organization, playing with a member from Turkey and a few others, multinational team. They have an opportunity as well, but below that, Sabs, one of our other top women competitors in competitive Apex, playing alongside as Desu in this lobby, obviously still have a chance to try and break into the top 7, top 6 if they have a big game here. But going into game 6, it's anyone's tournament here, Tom.
It really is. I guess the thing about kicking some of these other games is I'm surprised that the teams that are getting the zones pulled over towards them aren't able to capitalize a little bit more. I wonder if that's going to be the case in game number 6 as well.
Yeah, and as we're talking about this lobby, we got to take a look at the standings from our other lobby. And surprise, surprise,
wow.
Alliance skyrockets on the second half of the tournament. Storm Point, back-to-back wins for them. They go from 14th place to 1st. Talk about go big or literally go home. If Alliance did not perform today, it's the second to last match day. They likely would not have qualified. This is an insane turn of events, Glitter. And Rebel.
I was just going to say, Rebel too, because Rebel was in danger of being relegated. So this is a huge performance for Rebel. Alliance, obviously, we've been talking about how they needed to kind of pick it up here if they wanted a shot at making it into playoffs. And this is going to affect everything that's obviously happening in the groups that we're watching here today on this stream, because this is going to change the overall. And I did not expect back-to-back from Alliance. This is crazy.
And what's good, John, also, and Glitter, is that teams that they're trying to beat, for example, like the Materiums that are inside the playoffs right now, they're on the second page of that leaderboard, so that has to hurt for Materium.
And we also have the actual specific game results. Let's take a look at that. But Tom, you said the same thing I was going to say. Solo Q Goats and Mutarium in the top 10 right now. They're on the second page. So if they lose to the likes of Alliance and others, that's going to be huge. And look at this, an 11-kill, 23-point Michael Jordan-esque game for Alliance, and arguably the Jordan of EMEA in hockey. It's the IGL, the captain, the heart and soul of this team. Talk about digging deep. Rebel right behind them. And that's what I love about Apex. It's more than just your mechanical, physical skill. It is how bad do you want it? And for this Alliance and Rebel squads, both of these teams, it was you must perform, and they showed up today. Reply Totem's another example of that in our lobby here. So crazy turn of events overall here. Any final thoughts for y'all as we go ahead and throw it to Game 6?
Ladies first.
You know what? I'm just going to put a request out there to all of the teams in this final game. Shake it up yet again. I want a crazy finish here for this last match.
I agree. I think everyone needs to bring their A game here. Harness your inner Alliance, fight to the death, basically, and set yourself up for an opportunity tomorrow.
Yeah. That's exactly right. Well, a 25-point opportunity for Alliance, must need it. If you want to catch that action, by the way, you can. We have a side stream. We're streaming both of the matches, twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG. That's VERSUS spelled out, versusgaming_GG. GG on Twitch if you want to watch the side stream casted by some other casters as well. That's going to be it for us here at the desk. We got game number 6 in this lobby, still anyone's game. Game 6 in that lobby is underway. Catch all the action, enjoy all the action, because this is ALGS EMEA Pro League to determine who will qualify for Sweden in just a month. The stakes have never been higher. Game 6 after this.
Well, it doesn't all come down to this, but it's close. 1 day remaining after this final game to set up the points and set up what could be history in the making for some teams and disaster on the horizon. It is rain day here with James Bardoff for our final game of EMEA here on Storm Point. And there's movement to be had. There's stories to be told. There are plays to be made as people are climbing their way up the leaderboard again and again, trying to get to Sweden, trying to stay in the league. And it's all going to be in front of us, James.
Word of advice though, stay out of the ocean, especially if you're Scars, because that was such an awkward game that they had, trying to survive, trying to respawn, getting refragged by rats. Don't want a repeat of that. Horrible, expensive lesson to learn for Scars, a team who have been on the up this split, and they've got one more performance in them, as all these other teams do as well here in this last game of the day. T-Rex, big legs, small arms, landing to try and find himself some nice loot, but outplayed. ANC have got some big problems very early indeed. The contesting continues as we see Willem trying to drill with the car, but he's got 10 bullets left. Has he got enough to finish off the job?
I don't know. That doesn't look like it's going to be enough. We'd have to take a look at 789. It feels like he's going to get this ammo problem solved, though. It's 13 points to ANC outplayed. Part of the reason we've seen 789, who desperately need these points, kind of do okay is because they've been getting 3 off the rip almost every single game. Because these two are just... Oh my God! Hipfire with the 30-30 again! Stop it! Stop it! Kasanya, he actually does stop. He goes into the void. It's just him and Estesu, the two remnants of what in Poland gave us great moments to witness. Estesu now with a med kit saying, Kasanya, I might have it from here. We've seen her clutch before. Can she do it again? She's got the alternator with a purple magazine. I love those chances, but they've lost Dave. Is it even worth it? It's the final game. Maybe they should try to bide their time, and that seems like what they're going to do. ANC outplayed, haven't outplayed anyone here, but at least they played well enough to avoid going down. That was one heck of a skirmish there.
Very rough start indeed, and High Society, who have been on the better end of these early contests, will be looking to stabilize as well. They are going to be chased. They've got to be real careful. That dome will give them some break, see if they can actually res their teammate, but they won't have enough dome to get their shields up because here comes the aggression. Hold on a second, this is going very well indeed, and that RE45 absolutely shreds. Point blank sentinel melees every button on the keyboard and mouse, maybe the controller as well, and maybe they can finish off this final player. Indeed they can. Huskies put down again.
Out of bullets seems to be the name of the game here, and you're looking at an Apex that a lot of us are familiar with on our launch, on our landings, when you launch right into a fight and you've got to work with what you've got. There's not a lot of strategy to it. It's a different skill set. It's what can you do in the midst of chaos? Can you adjust and find your way to order through it? And certainly we have seen every team except, I believe, High Society there. But here's the opportunity. I mean, when you start in the fire, there's really only the frying pan to go into, right? And that's a little bit better than the other version of it where things are heating up. You kind of almost have your adrenaline pumping. You've survived a tough situation. I mean, what could be worse? Only settling down, stabilizing, and moving in with more clarity. So I feel like these teams, they may have a little something going for them as they head towards center zone.
Oh, I saw Empire just Valculted, and they might be heading towards ANC outplayed, who find themselves suddenly in a sandwich. So we'll keep an eye on those proceedings and see if something happens there. In the meantime, Reply Totem looking for another big result in this final game, have a busy area around them. Looking at the lay of the land, we can see Vexstar around here as well, and perhaps a third team also. Still trying to figure out what jellied corn is. It sounds pretty scary, and I'm not sure I'm ready to see an image of it, but they will be looking to see what their best player is. Bambino is squishy at present with that basic level of shields. Just trying to line up the finest of rockets there is Man as they come out. Maybe it was good timing. He's forced a dome at the very least, as rotation seems awkward in this position for these teams.
Taking away resources, giving the advantage to your own. Vex Gaming on 36 points. A white shield is not where you want to fight, though. Jellied Corn holding the only purple for the squad. Nothing too crazy here. And I don't expect to see anything too crazy for the rest of the next couple of minutes, as teams finally just starting to stabilize. Only a few strays trying to find their way. But Vex Gaming certainly content with where they are in this building. It'll be Scars on that far rotation, though. You said stay away from the water. Well, they're headed right towards it, but maybe they'll watch their toes this time around, kind of stay inland, as they do need a different result than what they had last game.
even if you put corn in some kind of terrine, that would technically be jellied corn. But I just like that's not the kind of texture I think people are looking for. You know, you want a bit less resistance in your terrine. So jellied corn is certainly an acquired taste. But I don't know. You open a cupboard, open the fridge. That's all you have, and mix them together. You know, we ate weird things when we were children.
If that's all I have, James, and I open the fridge and I just have jellied corn, I got to tell you, I'm going out to eat.
I think I'm with you on that one. Oh, man. 69 IQ. A cornless 69 IQ. We'll have spiders for dinner, it seems. That'll certainly help with the proceedings. 2 golds and a purple. Can't complain, really. Not the first time we've seen them with this armor set in today's action either, but we'll see if it pays off for them as there is work to be done. And we can see the players have been putting in the work with the damage that you see on the screens there. Nice to see the likes of Mandy and Maliwan putting in work towards the top, though. G-Dolphin and Cleve, and more work is required as Scars have got a battle on their hands.
Man, maybe something to bring up in the future. G-Dolphin on Rascals, putting together top performance in terms of damage. Even if you add a lot of charge rifle to that, still heck of an individual performance. And that stat. Kick. Luxako takes the height and looks to follow Hierarcha. Got to keep them under control. 25 points so far in the lobby today. They are leading the highest team placed in this lobby. They won yesterday, and they are at 65 points, second in all of EMEA. But that doesn't mean that they can't slide, especially if they are not having the same performance as other teams here, like players. A lot of points on the line. Oh, when you hit shots like that with a flat line, it's a lot easier to get him. 300 bullets in the magazine. He's going to tether, and he's going to follow up with an Arc Star. So good at limiting movement is the tether, but it actually won't hit. And a phase breach to be offensive, but in many ways it turns into defense because Hardeki takes so much damage on the way out. He's just hoping that grenades and, of course, Mastiffs don't follow up around the sledge.
Yeah, he's ready now, though, after popping that bat. They smell weakness, players, but they have to push up, and there's no cover between them. They could smoke on the high ground and see what they can do. And we saw an example as to why the flatline will sometimes be held, and they'll run past the Spitfire because you could see the spray control that we saw there from Hardeki. People are practicing these weapons in the firing range, and they will be rewarded with such. But this push will be cancelled by players. I have to disengage. A worthy try with the Ash shot, but getting cracked, slowing things down was enough to force players away.
Do they see behind them? I think, is that maybe Odin Gamers? I'm not sure actually who that is. But I know players have a few teams next to them. I like seeing this, though. And this is kind of really a smarter play in general. 2 top teams, both with the potential to win this game. They start fighting at the 19th position. You don't bring your best to the 19th, 18th placement point fight. You go ahead and you save it for top 3, top 5, and that's what they're doing. They're repositioning. They're finding this low ground. We saw yesterday in North America a favorite place for TSM to hold, but they're taking a ton of damage. And you know what? They actually end up running into kick again, and this is actually not looking very good for players. They're going to have to make their stand here and stabilize, but they're running out of options, and Hardeki is running out of space. He's running out of health as well. Leogri and him make it out alive, but Leogri's going to be the first to fall. It's a sacrifice just for Hardeki to maybe be able to get out alive, but it is not going to happen. Players with, I believe, 48 points are eliminated, 18th in the lobby. I guess they do end up fighting, and you see why it's not a good idea.
Talk about decisive. Kick with some very well-placed grenades. That thermite allows them to essentially track the positioning as well. Cracked and dead. Kick will take all the loot they want from that, and that is a big scalp to take. Now this is wide open, and hey, they're not the only team who sees that. Everybody knows that players have been eliminated, and for most, that's a sigh of relief, and it's really going to make these late rings perhaps a little bit easier.
What's crazy, too, is that they were fighting against Reply Totem for second place and potentially first. Reply Totem, if they just survive the top 15, they already are ahead of players. That is a huge team to know that you have already taken out in terms of your points today, and a team that desperately needs to catch up to players and make Sweden outside of the top 10 in 12th place right now, tied with almost 3 other squads who are looking to do the same thing. Really, really important fight, and I'm sure players will wish they had that one back. Kick, though, very happy with the results of that. They, again, are the leaders in this lobby. They are the leaders as far as points in the overall EMEA standings, and they look to continue doing well here in our final game today.
Have a look at Launchpad on the okay, the radar's gone now, but there was one team rotating through the zone from Fish Farms to Launchpad, and I think they may have a painful re-entry to the zone. So it'll be interesting to see if they're going to be able to do that, whoever it was. In the meantime, 69 IQ rotating, and by Stormcatcher, we're going to see Underrated trying to defend some real estate now. Triple Purple in a very good position. Same cannot be said for Dave, who is in all kinds of trouble now. Very painful indeed. Creeping, begging. Oh, sorry, that's easy. Dave was downed elsewhere. 7, 8, 9 eliminated. We move to 17 squads now. ANC outplayed, we can see, getting some nice KP as Na'Vi appeared to be in some trouble.
Underrated doing a real good job today, too. In one of those no-man land kind of situations where just above relegation, not quite close enough to really vie for Sweden. But it definitely is important that they stay in this position if they want to continue on with how they've been. Don't want to drop too far, and in fact, you don't want to drop it all. Underrated, win one fight. Let's listen in as they potentially move forward into another.
I'm just climbing for roof. They can't shoot me in the back.
Yep. You want to start crafting now or let her try and res?
We can try and wait.
I
don't think we like. I'm just gonna scan. Like she should be back, right? She's here on the cannon. Okay, get ready to shoot her. 40 blue. She's putting a fly up to it. I'm running up. She's cracked. 11 flash. Dead. Nice. Watch your back if they come up. I'm gonna come scan in a second, okay?
Open up the store. Stop. I'm taking the fricks.
Yeah. Okay, I'm not that scan yet. 5 seconds on scan still.
Bloody stock on.
It sounds like they're fighting or doing spiders.
I think they're doing spiders.
Spiders are already done.
Yeah,
they're fighting.
they're the nades.
I think they're just fighting. Yeah, I'm crafting too. I'll have one more weapon switches. Yeah, they are fighting. Give you a shot. We need to go for that fast.
We can look. Let's just finish this and we go.
Yeah.
I need to craft medkits still.
Crafting my 2 medkits, yeah. I need to pop one and then I'll have one.
Okay.
Just don't craft too many, Jason.
Yeah, I'm just gonna craft the one and then I'll come.
Yep. Popping mine now. I didn't see any knocks yet. That rampage could be it.
Any ash passive, Daz?
Yeah, you can look for things, spawners and kills.
Nothing right now. I'm really far behind, by the way.
They traded, maybe, I think.
Yeah, I think that's a trade.
Because they already killed a Gibby.
You guys are like 8 seconds ahead of me.
Yeah,
I'm medking while sliding down. Yeah, they just,
I see the tracks.
That's him.
Wait, one's in front of me.
Yeah.
I might just be dead, I'm scanning. It's just one, I think. Try and kill him.
Oh, yeah, on him. He's sliding all the way down. I can't.
Just chase him with a sled,
Play to live, Jake. Jake, just, you don't need a chase, just heal.
Yeah, I know, I'm just pulling it back. We kill this though, we just kill this.
Yeah, we'll kill this. She's running all the way out. She's hit 28 purple. Back 75. Nice, I'm popping a medkit and watching our backs.
Okay,
get the thirst and get the
come play on us, just come play on us.
Okay.
Fuck the other team. Do you guys have medkit still? One of you, swear? Does?
No.
Yeah, I do. Take it.
I can smoke off and loot the body probably.
Yeah, you can go for it in a second. Drop your loot before you do it. And we're gonna gatekeep before. We're gonna wait for them to hit before we do that. We can't.
Is that 5 death boxes there, by the way?
Yeah,
yeah. It's probably just gonna be like a solo
team. I think that was the 3rd team.
Yeah, probably. Can I kind of.
You can go for it now. Go for it now. Go for it now. Drop some stuff for space if you need.
I dropped stuff. Yeah, I dropped another 14 heavy.
Get medkits if you don't. If you can get.
Yep.
Alright, we both just watch our back does. I watch Prowler. You watch Chuck, yeah. Like where we came from.
Yeah. I'm looking.
I'm gonna scan Prowlers.
I can pick the wingman kid.
Yeah, I'm gonna scan Prowlers in case there's a
I got tethered. Can you watch for me?
Hey, no one. You should be fine. He's just playing a bit.
No one's. There's just one guy over here. You good? Yeah. There's no medkits on the body.
I'm not gonna have ult for this fight. They come down.
Anyone need a 2x?
No. I need heavy ammo.
I've got 180 now. Hey, I'm dropping you a stack. I have 35.
Well. A lot going on, but Underrated make it through the gauntlet. And with a dauntless approach at that. Now 14 squads remaining, James.
Let's have a look at some action that was happening at the same time, and it was Scars putting in work and eliminating IGs. We can see Mastiff of Mandy. Mandy's Mastiff with some really nice work, and Solaris on the hunt as well. So course, as per usual, action across the map. Nice range of that Rampage. Very scary to hear that rattling at you, but it's the Wingman putting in even more damage there.
Solaris, a team that, yeah, right outside of relegation too, definitely needs it. Here's a big fight. A team that could be vying for first, but they've got to survive here. It's 2 KP in front of them and only white shields. I like the idea of arcing and just wasting some bullets into it. I mean, those 2 kills could be the difference, especially when you're talking about getting ahead of players, which they've already done. They are 1 point ahead, so they will assuredly be closer to first than them. They've cut out one of the biggest people in terms of competition, and Amaz also extra damage, trying to get that blue up, and also has the shield batteries, desperately in need. They found, what will it be? A Kraber. A saving grace, potentially. Who grabbed it? Was it Amaz? No, it wasn't. It might have been Jay Savage who picked it up, but we know that that Kraber should be in the hand of Reply Totem. They just need better shields.
Yeah, Maz getting cracked now, but fortunately for him, he was able to extend quite far out because they had 2 of the ANC outplayed players down. He went to finish them off before they could fall back and find some cover to get pulled back up again. So off they go. Definitely important KP for them as well. And as we can see, this is an overpopulated area. And my God, someone's going to see what's going on and have all the wrong information being sent their way by the sniper of Jay Savage. And I think a few of us may be salivating at what we might see with this. Already saw some nasty highlights with Hal getting double Krabered, stereo Krabered by 1 team yesterday. Just the one though for Reply Totem, but I'm sure that's more than enough.
Graceful on Kangarna too, really putting the Kraber to his name. And you know what? They're going to give it to Amaz. I don't know if Savage felt too comfortable with that, and I think that's smart as well. The Valkyrie, so many other things to be doing, constantly missile swarming, taking height, flying, being, you know, able to get that quick movement in, and the Ashe, she's just got much more directed movement, and, you know, that also gives her that escape tool, you know, quick in and out. You want to protect that Kraber, and you want a player like Amaz, who has been putting in so much work today. 6 kills to his name, add 2 assists to that, and now certainly with the Kraber in his hand, potentially able to go up in the tally as blasts on T-Rex. He falls in your kill leaderboard there. As we take a look at the 12 squads left remaining, it is Empire with a 10-point lead over Reply and 69 IQ Esports. Right after that as Kick starts to go in, and boy, are they kicking.
Some nice style points for Iaka and some shield swaps as well, much needed. They need to get their teammate up as well if they can find an angle for it. There's a lot of fire coming their way. They're in a really rough spot now, and the zone's not going to help them. Iaka might need to heal depending on where this zone stops. Very, very difficult spot for Kick if they can survive that. In the meantime, look at the tracking from Underrated. The Bloodhound scan's coming in absolutely clutch at the moment. Black and White, we're back in the 60s as he looks to get some more kills.
You know, it's amazing. That is Kick out, and it is Underrated having one heck of a game. And we talked about their need to get some points, move up into this leaderboard. Well, they're doing just that. 10 more points, they jump ahead. Or excuse me, they tie where players were. Remember, they were in 3rd place leading into it. It's only Reply Totem who are ahead of them. Empire, are they going down? They are. This opens the door for Reply Totem to take the day, but it also opens the door for Scars. 20 points on top of what they already have. That is a lot to think, but not too much if you're Amaz and a Kraber in your hand as he takes out Kuya just like that.
Phoenix Legacy eliminated as well. A deeper run, but not as deep as I'm sure they would have been looking for. Underrated, still with more targets, and they've got some loot now with which to fill up the coffers. I do want to see that Kraber hit somebody close through the window. I saw some Arc Stars as well. They could follow up and then get a really nice situation going for themselves. ATK, Adios amigos, Reply Totem now with 4 kills on the board. Again, they were tied with players on the board, so they're looking at second or maybe even first, depending on how this run goes. 69 IQ on the high ground. A lot of teams below them, and they've got some good cover with that big cylinder in front of them. So if they can play this right, they could be in a very good position here.
I think 7 points is the difference between them hitting first. They'll have to go big. They certainly know it. They want to make their way to Sweden. They're fighting for a chance at $1 million. I mean, how much do you have to put on the line to show up? Clearly, that is the number. 69 IQ Esports, 40 points to their name. Our fourth, highest rated team alive in the lobby with a chance to climb up here. Vex Gaming right behind them and possibly right below them. They have a team just underneath, but they have gold shields as well. This is so good in terms of that battle of attrition, James. Double the value for syringes and for shield cells. Almost makes them just as valuable as a shield battery as this zone has closed in. It is going to be a skyward dive as it continues to move and get tighter and tighter for 69 IQ Esports. Let's see where they go.
Splitting up to try and avoid the fire. It is going to be a skyward dive rather than a skyward fall. At least they will choose when they do drop. Going to drop into the dome as well. But where do they go next? Because once that dome goes, they are very out in the open. They found a rock, but as we can see, there are some angles on the right-hand side, and they'll need some cover from. They've got grenades coming their way as well, and that wall might give them cover. The zone coming in, but first they've got to find some kills. Scars with 6 kills at the moment, looking for more. They've made it to 7, looking for 9. The 69 IQ now will be eliminated, and Scars will try to harvest as much as they can. They've got some boxes to help them, but that zone has closed some more. They've got fire coming from their left and their right as well, and 20 seconds until their next game. They've got to fight fire with fire.
Oh my god, underrated. We're actually pushing Totem Amaz. It is Totem eliminated, but did they get eliminated at the perfect time? I'm not sure if they went before underrated was taken out by Scars. That could be the difference. Underrated now having 48 points, I believe, to their name, and they are looking to put an emphatic exclamation point on this final game leading into the last chance tomorrow to qualify for Sweden. Could it even be possible? It's Rats versus Scars. What will they do? Scars having one heck of a game 6. They already won 1. Can they do it again? It's the Rats trying to stop it. A quick shield swap as well. Mandy and the Mastiff, we talked about it. Can he continue to show up, James, and clutch this one up for Scars?
Both teams need this really badly for extremely different reasons, but Scars will take first place in the last game of the day, and what a run they had. 10+ kills for the team. They took out some big names as well. Shutdown, Reply Totem, and others. Scars go from strength to strength and finish the game and finish the day well.
Yeah, great positioning and great utility. Always a team that is seriously ready to, in those last moments, adjust the way that the lobby needs them in order to win. And yeah, Mandy, Mastiff, but also just the cohesion of the team to get those shield swaps, to find that fight, and to take it a little bit earlier than underrated, be the aggressor, get the extra advantage of the shields that are yours now after you win that fight. It goes their way. I don't know what this will do for the day. Obviously, Scars, they've had some decent performances. It's a 26 bomb, though, so that is massive. Reply Totem, I don't think got to first. I think they started with 48. I think that brings them to 59. I think that's 3 points. Not enough, but you can just imagine how close they were. Great performance by Rats, too, James, to kind of, make a statement in Game 6.
Yeah, and Scars will be happy they got some revenge on Rats because, of course, when Scars were stuck in no man's land in the water, got the respawns in, it was Rats who killed them again in the zone in one of the games prior. So some nice revenge for Scars towards the end, but indeed, those are some very needed points for Rats as well. They crawl out of the holes and get something nice from that game. And at the bottom side, we see Huskies have had a horrific storm point for sure, constantly being contested, but players in 19th place, enjoy it while you can, because that is going to be a very rare placement for that squad.
IG International as well with 0. 789 with 0. We knew how much that they needed it, and we have seen performances across the board from Fort Gang doing really well. We've seen some nice, really, I think, showing up when it counts from these teams in EMEA. And Mandy, 7 kills. RPR, 5. Taishin, 2. Boy, oh boy, they came to play.
Yeah, we've been looking for big games from Scars for quite a while because they can often go missing, at least historically, at least towards the end of last year, considering their previous results. But they're definitely getting the results when it matters now. We are at the business end of this split, heading towards Sweden, and they definitely want to be in that conversation, in that mix, and I think they put in a good effort today to try and make that happen.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how they make it. We've obviously got the final tally of today coming up, but in order to introduce that and talk about it with a little bit more depth, let's bring back Fallout, our host for today. John, what a, ending. There was a lot of tilting of what could have been either way for some of these teams in this lobby, getting first, getting third. I'm excited to see the results.
Yeah, what an ending indeed. A lot of tilting, but a lot of melting in the name of the man, Mandy. Did not miss a single shot in that late game of match 6. I can't wait to run that back and watch that back. Absolutely lasering and beaming with the R301. It was the Scars show, James.
It really was, and up close in those domes with the Mastiffs, they delivered shot after shot, frag after frag. So a very high-scoring game from them. I can't wait to see the overall leaderboard. But again, Scars, we mentioned we've put them in the teams to watch so many times, and they haven't always delivered on those promises that we kind of expect from them. But they're starting to do that now. We've seen some good consistency, some rises from that squad in their performances this week, and that's where Scars should be.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, we were very critical of Scars, I think rightfully so. This is the moment with Mandy. I mean, take a look. Within a maybe 30-second span, he did about 500 damage. And then, of course, the late game, the shield swap came through, the great teamwork. They had to win a 3v3. Then they had to turn around and win another 3v3. Thank goodness for shield swaps. But great plays from Scars to close this one out. And then back to your point, James, we've been very critical of this team, rightfully so. They did not show up in Split 1 the way we expected them to. And, obviously the ALGS champions, first ever ALGS champions with Season 1 of the ALGS Championship back in June, going right into the Pro League. We thought they'd continue where they left off. They didn't. But this time it's been a different story here, Randy, as we take a look at the drop spot. Talk to me a bit more about that.
Yeah, I think just, it's a matter of momentum, and also it's a matter of how confident are you in new metas. And, that's something that we've seen across Apex Legends history. Teams that have won a lot have to sometimes take a hard pill, swallow it, and go, hey, we aren't good in this meta right now. We did not perform. We were kind of riding high. We've been kicked down. We've had to humble ourselves and then put the work in again. And I think we've seen that. Scars, landing towards the southern side of the map. We had a couple circles that kind of tilted more northern, but we had the few southern circles that did happen kind of really nice for them in terms of rotations. Really only had to go through 789, Vexed, and ANC outplayed. And one of the interesting aspects of that Fallout was they were kind of 50-50ing each other. So it might have in some ways kind of actually opened up the route that Scars were able to travel with two teams a little bit weakened fighting each other, kind of blocking their path.
It's a really good point. Kind of a favorable storm point for them, I think, especially in that late game in those southern circles. That's certainly correct. And, of course, another team that did not necessarily perform in Game 6 was Players. And I'm so interested. Scars with a 20-plus point game. Did they leapfrog Players? We'll see, because guess what? The leaderboards are ready. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboards for the day. Oh. And the answer to that is yes, they do leapfrog Players. From Reply Totem, 4 points away from Team Empire. So Empire will finish first. Reply Totem, kudos to you, Randy and James, and your predictions. Finished second. Scars in third with 58. What a day it was, James.
Yeah, it was a fantastic day, and this has been more and more of how things have been looking overall in this week, where we're seeing closer scores, we're seeing wider spreads towards the top, which means that more and more teams are being competitive at the highest level, which is fantastic to see. Especially, players in any lobby, you're not surprised if they come first, but with 3 teams above them, that is a very good sign, a very healthy sign for Apex, and they're tied with Underrated as well. So again, we've got lots of teams vying for the top spots at the moment, which is fantastic. Looking at the drop spots though, and the situation Huskies where nobody was dropping checkpoints actually, so to see them contest in this half and lose every game and end up with 6 points, I think is disappointing. Maybe that's something that they can review, although it's probably better they don't know that there's more space to be shared there, and maybe they could have had a better day of things. But at the top it is looking fantastic. At the bottom, again, the guys who, like High Society and Huskies, 2 teams who've been coin flipping their contests on drop, and it hasn't been a great day of Apex for those guys.
Yeah, I think the biggest surprise on that page, and the second page at least, is Solaris, formerly Cite de France. Really, really solid overall team that did not necessarily have a good day today and kind of needed to perform in terms of where they're at in the overall standings, which we'll take a look at in just a moment. But first things first, let's take a look at the secondary leaderboard from our side stream and the other group. It's Group A versus Group B, and Alliance ends up on top. I've been tweeting this. I've been talking about it. It is history in the making for this Alliance squad. Such a bad start to them for Pro League Season 2. Was on the brink today of not performing and not qualifying for a LAN tournament, the first in almost 3 years on their home turf in Sweden, and managed to go huge on Stormpoint, back-to-back wins, and a 4th place rat finish for Hockeys. Of course, it's going to be none other than Hockeys that clutches up to secure the 1st place finish rate. This is insane.
It's great to see Alliance back in action, but what's interesting too is Ascend. Ascend and Reply Totem both get second today. Both had 54 points before coming into today, so they have matched each other and will stay even no matter where they end up in the leaderboard. It's just a matter of who leapfrogs them. Speaking of leapfrogging, Ford Gang as well, 1 point behind. They also go 1 placement behind. So really incredible kind of engagement for them, and a lot of trouble for the rest of the lobby if you don't keep up. a team potentially could spell trouble for too is Solo Q Goats, who disappointing on the day. That's the only way to describe it.
Yeah, exactly. 3 teams here, Solo Q Goats, Navi, and Mutarium, that were in contention for qualifying top 10 and making it to Sweden, but unfortunately not able to lock it up today. And they, of course, are going to have to play their asses off tomorrow. We'll see if they can do exactly that. But really good situation for Alliance. Rebel did not have the game 6 that they needed, though. It's, they were actually going to get relegated. They were all the way to the bottom 6, but a decent performance from them will mean that maybe, just maybe, if they can get a first place finish tomorrow, they can qualify, but it's not looking good for Rebel, James.
No, it isn't at all, and we'll soon see how things are shaping up in that area again. I'm looking at Solo Q Goats as well, because they started so well, but it's starting to lose steam, running out of gas, and this is not the time to do it. So they'll definitely be hoping that they still have a chance, a fighting chance, going into the final day. But it is scary territory, especially if you come 11th, 12th. That's not going to be a good feeling. Rather you than me.
Yeah, that is right. Well, guess what? Our production team is that good. They've already calculated the overall Pro League standings for EMEA. It is time to take a look at who will qualify for Sweden. If things stay the same, Empire in first. They leapfrog over GMT to take the throne. The CIS squad of Cleve, Ranches, and Maliwan. They do it. Formerly Major Pushers. GMT Esports behind them. Players right behind them. Scars behind them. So it's a battle back and forth between CIS and Western Europe. IG International, UK team, not a great standout performance, but still top 5. And it's going to be all the way down in 16th. Alliance, Fenerbahce performed as well to put them in contention. 4Gang puts themselves in contention. 69 IQ on the fringe. I mean, this is insane. This sets us up for an amazing day tomorrow, Randy.
Oh, man. And, really the conversation are on these big-name teams like Alliance, like Solo Q Goats, maybe even like Guild. And, I'll throw 4Gang in there from the way they've been playing on getting a win. Because right now, you look at teams in that mid-pack where it's 75, could be maybe you're on the low end. If those teams just kind of stay average, maybe in 11th place, they grab 9 points. In order to not only get past the 9 points that they're already ahead of you and make that difference up, you're going to have to basically get first. And that's the big issue that these teams are facing now. They have given too much of a lead with only 1 day to go that a lot of them are looking at either win or don't make it.
Insane. And, to take a look as well, 69 IQ Esports with 69 points. Nice. You love to see it. From 78 points at players, maybe even 82 with GMT, all the way down to 69 IQ Esports with 69 points. I mean, that is just a 13-point difference. That's only a 13-point difference in the overall points and standings, though. I mean, that's just insane to think about. Take a look at the next page here. Again, the bottom 8 teams will get relegated. Rats, Magicians, Game of Drones, ATK, Second Portia, 1872, and Huskies Esport need to perform to avoid relegation. 79 barely sneaks out of there, James.
Yeah, and you have to think about this when you're going for contest coin flips at the beginning of every game. Is it worth it? Yeah, sure, that maybe there's pride and such on the line and you have to play confidently, but can you really afford that coin flip where, okay, you either play the map or you don't, on a coin flip at the beginning of every game when you so desperately need points? Perhaps it is not the time. I don't know where the line is in that respect, because if people think you're thinking like that, then maybe you're going to get bullied on the server. So it's a very tough spot to be in. But at least Alliance have made their way out of that position, because they were. It's not good to see them even anywhere on the second half of that page, really, at all. They need to be contesting to make it to Sweden.
Yep. Mind-blowing, indeed, that Alliance put themselves in that spot in the first place, but even more mind-blowing, perhaps, if they can dig themselves out of it. It's all going to come down to tomorrow. I mean, I can't wait. But, hey, a lot of discussion around great teams and performances as a team unit today, but there's also some individual players that certainly stood out. Let's jump into our MVP discussion, powered by Monster Energy here. And, Rainday, starting with you, who performed in your eyes?
Well, I got to say, there was one storyline I picked to do well. I considered they had the most to gain from winning today, and it was Reply Totem, and specifically Amaz, who put it together, a full game from start to finish, and a full tournament from start to finish. Every circle, I feel like Reply Totem was alive within the top 7, and that is enough to give yourself a chance at winning something like Sweden. But they, before that, had to show up and get there, and to pull off a second-place finish, 3 points away from a first-place finish, 2 spots outside of Sweden, now 7th in the overall leaderboards in EMEA. Amaz leading the charge on the Ashe, a difficult new legend to play, but making the most of it today. That is a performance that we have to highlight, and it would be amazing to see them in Sweden after all that.
Yeah, love that pick and love the fact that you called Reply Totem to perform today when they were in 14th or 15th place on the Fringe coming in. So kudos to you. James, who you got?
All right, Fallout. So the other day I had a conversation with Reindeer about sauces, and he said his mate drinks ranch, and since then I haven't been able to take my eyes off of Team Empire, and they have been a revelation in this split. Honestly, they're out there playing their own game. You can see the Maggie abilities on your screen right now. They're really playing how they want to play. They're not following the meta. They are to some degree setting their own, and they have delivered today. Ranch is putting in huge work. He's got over 14 kills today, and you can see how they've benefited from that. They've won out the day, Team Empire, and they're definitely a team who I think in previous splits were more of a middling team. They weren't part of the big conversation, but they are leading many teams at the moment, and they are forcing us to look at them.
I love that. Ranch is really, really underrated, kind of in the shadow of Hardeki as a top Wraith player in EMEA, particularly CIS, and obviously performing today as well. And I like both of your picks, but let's take a look at the kills leaderboard overall today to see what the data says. And it is Ranches with 16 kills leading the way as your Apex Predator of the lobby. Mandy right behind with 14. Talk about a standout performance for Mandy, especially in that last game. Motley Wan, another member on Empire, right behind that, and an underrated Jazz and Dazzo round out the top 5. Amaz, though, right below them. So great calls from each of you. 10 kills seems to be the theme here, guys. Look at this, Randy.
Wow. I mean, Artico and Hardeki, this is a great company to keep when you're talking about the kill leaderboard, and Amaz does that also. But just a shout out to everybody. There were some big performances from a team-wide perspective. Whenever you can have all 3 members of your team on this top kill leaderboard of the day, that's a great sign.
That's right. The only one from players missing there was the Ogre, I believe, but certainly some great performers across the day. Great discussion, as always, gentlemen, on who performed, who are the standouts. And oh my goodness, does this not set us up for what is going to be a remarkable finish to the EMEA Pro League here for season or split 2, going into our first LAN competition in 3 years in Stockholm, Sweden. If you missed the announcement, make sure to check it out. It all is going to go down tomorrow, but it's of course all about celebrating today. And guess what? We do got T Squared live for an interview with the player to talk through their thoughts on the day's competition. Over to you, Tom.
Thank you, Fallout. Hey, congratulations, Zay Savage, on an amazing performance today. You guys start off in 13th place, and then you guys put yourself in a top 10 position, 3-way tie for 6th, 7th, and 8th. What was the conversation with you and your teammates yesterday and going into today?
I think we started the Pro League pretty bad with the first day. Like we ended like 15th overall, and then we managed to like get 3rd second day, 7th after that, 3rd again. And like the main issue we had is like we managed to get into end zone like most of the games, but usually we didn't like manage to survive when it was like end game. Like we died every time like top 6, top 7, and we didn't get like those big top 2s or like wins or top 3s with like a lot of kills. So the focus was to survive like more in end game and like focus on getting those kills and winning those fights. And today that worked pretty well on World Edge, so we managed to get ahead a bit. And yeah, on Stormpoint we managed to do the same. So yeah.
It sounds a lot easier said than done. Is there something that you guys, talked about that ended up, you didn't have to really talk about it, just kind of filtered into the game? Or do you think it was just you guys making improvements and being aware of that's what needed to be fixed?
I think like the biggest issue was us like maybe greeding a bit for kills on the end game, because we sat in zone for the whole game and didn't have a lot of KP. So we like greeded a bit for KP, and one of us got picked off because of it. And then we ended up just like dying, all 3 of us, just for like 1 KP or 2. So yeah, that's like what we try to do, like focus on a lot for this today.
Sounds like a little bit more patience, holding back a little bit, letting the action kind of unfold. Now, tomorrow's the last day for your chance to secure a spot. Only 6 points separates you from 11th place. Now, what's the mindset going into tomorrow? And is the pressure going to help you guys play better or worse?
I mean, the mindset is to aim as high as we can, because obviously there's still money on the line. Even if you're like in between top 10 and top 1, there's still like a lot of difference in money. So, I mean, aiming as high as we can. And I think like usually we play a little bit better under pressure, so I don't think it's going to be a problem for us.
I like to hear it. Now, after 5 days of EMEA regional play, are there any major surprises to you in terms of like where people stand on the leaderboard in the top 10 or people that are in the relegation? Is anything kind of really shocking to you?
Not really. The only team I can think of right now is like Nemesis. I think Nemesis was kind of an underdog coming into the Pro League, and they're like top 5 right now. So I think that's pretty good from them. But overall, no, I'm not that surprised. I think like the top teams are on top.
What are your predictions for how you guys are going to do tomorrow? Are we going to see you guys in Sweden, and are you guys going to continue to climb that leaderboard like you guys did today?
Yeah, I hope so. I'm hoping to win at least one day, and since we did like top 3, top 2, I'm hoping to end on a win tomorrow.
And if you guys get to the playoffs, then you're going to be going up against all the other regions. Are you familiar with the other regions? We have North America coming up in a couple of hours. How much do you watch them play? Do you study the players? Do you study the teams? And if so, how do you think EMEA is going to do?
Yeah, I watch them every day. I think like overall, I think like the top teams in both regions are pretty good. But I think that in EU, there's more good teams like overall. So I think our region is better and EU will win it.
Well, I know that you guys got to get rested and focused up for tomorrow, but do you have any shout-outs that you want to give before we let you go?
Well, shout out to my team, obviously they're the best, and to our coach as well, and our nice org reply to them for supporting us through this journey.
Well, Jay Savage, congratulations on a great day. 2nd place overall, almost securing your way to the playoffs, but you still have more work to do. So we're going to toss this one back on over to the desk to Fallout, Bardolph, and to Evan.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Tom. And thanks to Jay Savage. Hey, it's been a little while since we had Jay Savage on for an interview. 1, I forgot how swagged out this guy is. 2, forgot how well-spoken he is as well. Big kudos and shout-out to Jay Savage. And I like the fact that he snuck in a little shot for Nemesis, a fellow French team, also performing as France has quietly become a top country representing in Europe, James.
Yeah, for sure. And who knows what the ceiling is. But we'll see. Yeah. Well, again, if people can make it to LAN, and maybe we'll see how high the ceiling goes for some of these teams. That is the ultimate goal here. So if there's French representation there, that'd be fantastic. I have a half brother who's French, so props. Let's see some action from the French teams. He doesn't play Apex though.
Indeed, yeah. And you know, it's a crazy finish here. We're doing some calculations to see if there's any EMEA teams that did clinch a spot. However, we do have some other regions that have had teams clinch spots for Sweden. We want to make sure to reiterate, in case you missed it at the top of the show, let's take a look at APAC North, a top 10 qualifying teams. It's AD Raccoon who takes home first. Crazy Raccoon right behind them. A lot of Raccoon action going down in the APAC North. Game with FA Kids, Reject Fennel, 4-7, Team Unite, V3 Vega, and FC Destroy. We'll have a combination of Chinese, Korean, a variety of our APAC North teams competing live in Sweden, and we know that community is wild, James. I know you're a fan of the Watson action that we see there, but meanwhile, we got APAC South, Reignite, taking the throne with the pickup of Sharky, big roster change, replacing Templex with Sharky, and they do well. Sutaraiku, who Sharky, I believe, used to play for, qualifying as well. Actually, no, that was actually Team Burger in 3rd, but Sutaraiku qualifies, that's Bullet & Co. Team Burger does it, free agents, and then, of course, we have Method to Madness. Lastly, we do have North America, and we do have APAC South. Now, I'm not sure if we have a graphic for APAC South, but fresh, hot off the press, APAC South wrapped up their Pro League. Team Singularity has qualified, in addition to Phoenix Team and Elevate from Brazil, Audic and XEN or Zen. I know there's a Chilean player on Zen, so I know that we have a lot of national representation from APAC South as well. It's not all Brazil, but it's mostly dominated by our Brazilian qualifiers. Big congratulations to Team Singularity for taking home first place in that. And of course, last but not least, North America, G2 and NRG have locked in their spots. No other teams in North America have yet, so will Cloud9, TSM, Team Liquid, and others lock in a spot today. This is our second to last day of Pro League. I'm excited for the North American broadcast, which will be coming live right after this one. But it is just getting excited, Rain Day, that we're starting to punch tickets here to Sweden next month.
That makes it real, doesn't it? You know, you finally say, I am qualified, I am going. It just starts to change, your mentality. I think you start, skipping a little bit around the house, humming to yourself, things are good. And you've already made it to the promised land. But I also think it just shows how top-heavy North America is. And very cool in another way, Europe isn't. And we have, even though a team like Empire can hit 25 points today, be the leading in 7 points, there are still 14 teams in the top 14 who are 25 points away or less from first, which means that it's hard to call whether anyone is qualified yet. So that just shows how good all these teams in EMEA really are.
Insane. With one match day left, we still don't have any teams, I believe. I don't want to confirm that, but that have clinched. It's crazy to think it is literally going to come down to the wire to the last match day, and you got to perform. If Empire drops a goose egg, they will not qualify, arguably, here. So, interesting things. Tomorrow is going to be absolutely insane. Let's take a look at the talent predictions for the day, though. And kudos to the two of you taking home the dubs. James, in particular, though, with the Team Empire prediction. James, why are you so confident in this team coming in?
I looked at how they performed yesterday and they won. So I was like, well, they're probably there's a good chance they'll win today. No, it is the composition of the lobby as well. And I thought, you know what, I think these guys could have a nice run here. And I want to see some Maggie spam action. So there we go. Worked out for me today.
And Ray Day, listen, you did all types of crazy calculations and research. You also kind of trust a little bit of a gut that said, hey, one of these teams that are not in the top 10 are going to perform, and they did.
Yeah, and you know what? I think I should get some odds on that because James picked a winner and he picked the third place team, and I picked 12, 13? I mean, come on. But no, good credit to everybody. Yeah, I think I think it was just cool. I mean, it's great to see those come out. They usually don't happen that way, but it's fun to see a team like Reply Totem when they need to show up. And as an athlete and as a fan of sports, that's the story I love to root for.
Agreed. And hey, I gave you credit. I said co-winners, by the way, even though James had even though we were all grayed out, blacked out, and James was technically
he could be vice champion.
Indeed, I call you all co-winners though. Vice champion alongside James.
Vice champion.
I'll take it. No matter how you look at it, assistant to the champion.
Yes, assistant champion.
To James
to the regional champion.
Congrats to both of you though, and one hell of a day today. But look, that's gonna be it for us for the EMEA broadcast. We do have North America around the corner. We'll all be there. Hope you'll be there. Everyone in chat watching right now. Much love to the entire Twitch chat. I love you coming in and chatting with you all as much as possible throughout the broadcast and in between matches. But guess what? We got our final EMEA Pro League day, and it is going to come to the wire. Will Alliance continue their ridiculous spree and upward trend and qualify, or will they fall behind in their hometown of Sweden and have to watch from home instead? Will GMT take first? Will Ascend continue to ascend up into first place? So many stories, and we'll, of course, have that action tomorrow. Make sure to check out the EMEA broadcast bright and early, North America time, and in the afternoon in European or Middle East or Africa time. And, of course, follow us on all things social media. By the way, Apex competitive socials have been rocking. You get match-by-match updates on Twitter, twitter.com/PlayApexEsports. Amazing VOD content, series, interviews, highlight videos on YouTube. The YouTube content's been amazing. YouTube.com/PlayApexEsports. And, of course, follow us on Twitch at PlayApex. As we wrap up for the day, gentlemen, I'll give you both a quick chance. Any final thoughts? James, start with you.
I think that we're in for a great day of Apex tomorrow. Again, the spread was so nice today. There are so many competitive teams who could make it. It's a big mix. And Alliance coming in late could be a very exciting story if they can make it on home turf.
Yeah, and we've had these broadcasts rescheduled for events we can't control, but I am blessed to be able to have done Wednesday all the way here through Sunday and to see all the progression that these teams in EMEA have made. I'll be watching from the sidelines, rooting all of the teams on tomorrow, and you better be there. I certainly will.
Absolutely. Well, big shout out to both of y'all, the rest of our talent team. Of course, our sponsors. Thank you to Monster Energy, Lenovo Legion Hardware, and PGL for being the official broadcast partner of EMEA and all Apex Legends broadcasts here in EMEA and North America. Thanks so much to every single one of you for watching. On behalf of myself, I'm Fallout alongside Rain Day, James Bardoff. We had T-Squared, Glitter Explosion, our producer, Sebastian, the entire PGL crew working behind the scenes. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. We'll catch you in just a few hours for North America.